Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. There exists in every person's life a memory so vivid, so utterly transformative, that it divides their existence into two distinct parts, before and after. For me, that division occurred on a September morning in 2015, when I was 16 years old. What I witnessed in the woods behind my family's home that day shattered my understanding of safety, of human nature, and of the thin membrane that separates ordinary life from unthinkable violence. The forest had been my refuge for nearly 3 years by then. While other teenagers my age congregated at the mall or spent hours on social media, I found solace among the towering oaks and sprawling pines that stretched for miles behind our subdivision. The wooded area was vast, perhaps 200 acres of relatively untouched wilderness that somehow survived the suburban sprawl consuming the rest of our county. Local developers had tried multiple times to purchase the land, but it remained protected by some environmental ordinance I didn't fully understand and didn't care to question. I was simply grateful it existed. My routine had become sacred. 3 or 4 times a week I would return from school, grab my weathered backpack containing a water bottle, granola bars, and whatever book I was reading, and disappear into those trees. My parents had grown accustomed to my absences. Just be home before dark, my mother would call after me, barely looking up from her laptop where she worked remotely. My father, when he wasn't traveling for business, would occasionally ask where I'd been. The woods, I'd answer, and that seemed sufficient for him. The forest offered me something I couldn't find anywhere else. True solitude, not the hollow loneliness of eating lunch alone in the school cafeteria, but the profound peace of being genuinely, completely alone with my thoughts. I knew every trail, every distinctive rock formation, every massive fallen log. I had favorite spots: a flat boulder near a trickling stream where I'd read for hours, a small clearing where sunlight broke through the canopy in golden shafts, a ridge overlooking a valley where I could see for miles. I encountered wildlife regularly. White-tailed deer would freeze and watch me with liquid brown eyes before bounding away. Gray squirrels chattered irritably at my intrusion. Once I'd spotted a red fox, its russet coat brilliant against the green underbrush. These encounters felt special, like small gifts from the forest itself. The woods represented everything good about solitude: the gentle rustling of wind through leaves, the complex perfume of decomposing vegetation and pine sap, the soft carpet of moss and fallen needles beneath my feet. On that particular Saturday morning, September 12th, I woke early despite having no real obligations. The weather forecast promised one of those perfect early autumn days where summer's oppressive heat had finally broken but winter's cold hadn't yet arrived. Through my bedroom window, I could see clear blue sky and trees just beginning to show the faintest hints of gold and orange. By 8:30, I'd eaten breakfast, packed my bag, and was heading out the back door. My mother was still asleep. My younger brother, 13-year-old Tyler, sat in front of the television playing video games, barely acknowledging my departure with a grunt. The trailhead began at the edge of our backyard, a worn dirt path that countless feet had created over the years. Our neighborhood of roughly 40 houses backed up to the forest, and while most residents never ventured into the woods, enough people used them for the main trails to remain clearly defined. I stepped into the tree line at 8:47 a.m. I remember checking my phone before the signal grew weak and felt the familiar sense of leaving civilization behind. The temperature under the canopy was noticeably cooler, the air richer and damper. Morning dew still clung to spider webs stretched between branches, creating intricate patterns of silver in the filtered sunlight. Birds were active at this hour: cardinals, blue jays, the occasional woodpecker hammering at a tree trunk. I walked slowly, in no particular hurry, enjoying the absolute freedom of a day with no schedule, no expectations, no one waiting for me to be anywhere or do anything. I followed the main trail for approximately 20 minutes, walking at a leisurely pace, occasionally pausing to examine interesting fungi growing on decaying logs, or to watch a caterpillar inch its way across the path. The trail forked in several places, creating a network of routes through the forest. Most people, on the rare occasions I encountered them, stuck to the widest, most obvious paths. But I had long since abandoned that caution, preferring to explore the narrower trails and, frequently, to venture off trail entirely. At the third fork, I made a choice that would alter everything. Instead of continuing straight on the main path, which would have taken me to my usual reading spot by the stream, I veered right onto a less traveled trail. Something about the morning felt special, electric almost, as if the day itself was charged with possibility. I wanted to explore, to see something new, to venture into a part of the forest I hadn't visited in months. This particular trail climbed steadily uphill, winding through increasingly dense vegetation. The trees here were older, their trunks thick and gnarled, their bark rough and deeply fissured. Moss grew in thick patches, creating a carpet of green that softened the landscape. The canopy overhead was so dense that the trail existed in a kind of perpetual twilight, sunlight only occasionally breaking through in narrow beams that illuminated floating dust particles. As I climbed, my breathing became heavier. I was reasonably fit from all my hiking, but this was a genuine incline, steep enough that I occasionally used my hands to pull myself up particularly sharp rises. The trail here showed less evidence of human traffic. Fallen branches crossed the path in places. Undergrowth encroached from both sides. I had to duck under low-hanging boughs and step carefully over roots that had erupted through the soil. After another 15 minutes of climbing, the trail leveled off onto a kind of plateau. I'd been here once before, months earlier, but had continued on to explore beyond. I paused to catch my breath, taking a long drink from my water bottle. The forest around me was utterly silent except for the occasional bird call and the whisper of wind through the high branches. This deep into the woods, even the distant sound of traffic disappeared entirely. I was about to continue forward when I noticed something unusual. To my left, maybe 30 yards off the trail, light penetrated the forest in a way that suggested a clearing. The woods were full of small clearings, places where old trees had fallen, creating temporary gaps in the canopy, but something about this one drew my attention. Perhaps it was the quality of the light, brighter than the surrounding dimness. Perhaps it was simple curiosity. Whatever the reason, I made a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I stepped off the trail. Pushing through the underbrush, I navigated around tree trunks and over fallen logs, making my way toward the clearing. Branches caught at my jacket and backpack. Dry leaves crunched beneath my feet despite the morning dew. As I drew closer, I could hear something unusual, a rhythmic sound like metal striking earth, accompanied by heavy breathing and what might have been muttered cursing. Someone was there. Someone was digging. My first thought was innocent enough. Perhaps a wildlife researcher was taking soil samples. Maybe someone was burying a beloved pet. The logical part of my brain searched for reasonable explanations even as something deeper, more instinctive, whispered warnings I couldn't yet articulate. I slowed my approach, moving more carefully now, trying to minimize the noise of my footsteps. Through the thinning trees, I caught my first glimpse of the clearing and the figure within it. It was a man, and he was indeed digging, but not with a shovel. He was using his boot, kicking dirt frantically over something on the ground. The motion was desperate, panicked, entirely different from the methodical work of someone engaged in a legitimate task. I stopped behind a massive oak tree, its trunk easily 5 feet in diameter, and peered around the edge. The clearing was roughly circular, perhaps 40 feet across, created by the fall of several large trees that now lay decomposing on the ground. Sunlight poured into this space, making it seem almost unnaturally bright compared to the surrounding forest. The man stood in the center, his back partially toward me, focused entirely on his task. He was tall, maybe 6 feet, with a powerful build that suggested physical labor. He wore jeans and a dark jacket despite the mild temperature. His hair was dark, cut short, and even from this distance I could see sweat staining the back of his shirt. But what seized my attention, what made my stomach clench with the first real tendrils of fear. At first I couldn't process what I was seeing. The human brain, I've since learned, resists accepting certain realities. It searches desperately for alternative explanations, for ways to make the incomprehensible fit into the framework of normal experience. But there was no alternative explanation for what lay partially exposed in the dirt before him. It was a human hand, pale, fingers slightly curled, unmistakably real and unmistakably dead. The hand protruded from the disturbed earth at an unnatural angle, and as the man kicked more dirt over it, I caught a glimpse of the wrist, the forearm, all with that terrible waxy pallor of lifeless flesh. The world seemed to tilt, my vision tunneled. Every cell in my body screamed contradictory commands: run, hide, scream, do something, do nothing. I pressed myself against the oak tree, bark rough against my cheek, and tried to control my breathing, which had suddenly become loud and ragged in my own ears. The man continued his frantic work, muttering under his breath. I couldn't make out the words, but his tone carried a desperate, angry quality. He kept looking around, scanning the tree line, his movements jerky and paranoid. I realized with sudden horrifying clarity that he was afraid of being discovered, and that meant if he found me, if he knew I'd seen what he was burying, I would be in immediate mortal danger. I don't know what sound I made. Perhaps I gasped. Perhaps my foot shifted on the dry leaves beneath me. Perhaps he simply sensed my presence with whatever dark instinct guided him. But suddenly the man stopped his frantic digging and stood perfectly still, head cocked, listening. "Who's there?" His voice cut through the forest silence like a blade. It wasn't loud, but it carried an edge of violence that made my blood freeze. He turned slowly, scanning the tree line systematically, and I pressed myself more tightly against the oak, praying its massive trunk would hide me completely. "I heard you," he called out, his voice growing louder, more aggressive. Come out right now." Every instinct screamed at me to stay perfectly still, to become invisible, to will myself to simply disappear. But my body had other ideas. My breathing was rapid and shallow. My legs trembled. Sweat broke out across my forehead despite the cool air. And then, in a moment of terrible misfortune, my phone buzzed in my pocket. The sound, though muffled by denim and the fabric of my jacket, seemed impossibly loud in that moment. The man's head snapped toward my direction with predatory precision. "There you are," he said, and started walking toward my hiding place. Panic overrode thought. Without making a conscious decision, my body simply reacted. I pushed off from the tree and ran. Behind me I heard him shout a wordless bellow of rage, and then the sound of his pursuit crashing through the underbrush. I ran without any plan, without any clear sense of direction, guided only by the overwhelming need to put distance between myself and the man who wanted to silence me. The forest became a blur. Branches whipped at my face and arms. Roots threatened to trip me with every step. My backpack bounced painfully against my spine. I could hear him behind me, closer than seemed possible, his heavy footfalls and harsh breathing mixing with my own panicked gasps. I risked a glance backward. A mistake. My foot caught on a root and I stumbled, nearly falling, barely catching myself on a young sapling that bent under my weight. The moment of hesitation cost me. The man was perhaps 20 feet behind me, his face twisted with fury, one hand reaching forward as if he could simply grab me from that distance. Terror gave me speed. I didn't know I possessed. I righted myself and sprinted downhill, abandoning any pretense of staying on a trail. The slope was steep and treacherous, but it was also the fastest way to put distance between us. Gravity aided my flight, pulling me forward in a barely controlled plunge through the forest. My descent became almost a fall, each footfall barely controlled, my arms windmilling for balance. Behind me, I could hear the man's pursuit, punctuated now by his shouted threats. "You're dead. You hear me? Dead?" The words penetrated my panic, confirming what I already knew. He meant to kill me. This wasn't about scaring a trespasser or teaching a kid a lesson. If he caught me, I would become another body buried in those woods, another unsolved disappearance that would haunt my parents for the rest of their lives. The image of Tyler, my younger brother, flashed through my mind. What would they tell him? How would my family survive not knowing what happened to me? These thoughts fueled my desperate flight even as my lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest. The forest seemed endless. Trees flashed past in a confusion of brown and green. I leaped over a fallen log, crashed through a patch of thorny undergrowth that tore at my clothes and skin, splashed through a narrow stream without breaking stride. Water soaked through my shoes, but I barely noticed. The only thing that mattered was speed, distance, survival. I could no longer hear the man behind me. For a brief, hopeful moment, I thought perhaps I'd lost him. Perhaps the steep terrain had slowed him down or he'd given up the chase. But I didn't dare stop or even slow down. I kept running, my path growing more erratic as exhaustion began to set in. My foot came down on wet leaves covering a slope, and suddenly I was sliding. I tried to catch myself, grabbing at saplings and branches, but momentum carried me down the muddy embankment. I hit the bottom hard, the impact knocking the wind from my lungs. For several seconds I lay there gasping, tasting dirt, my ribs aching. Get up. The thought cut through the pain and disorientation. Get up or die. I forced myself to my hands and knees, then to my feet. My ankle throbbed. I'd twisted it in the fall, but it bore my weight. I looked around trying to orient myself. The forest here was unfamiliar. In my panic I'd run far from any trail I knew, but downhill I reasoned would eventually lead to the subdivision, to houses, to people, to safety. Then I heard it, the snap of a branch somewhere above me on the slope I'd just descended. He was still coming, still hunting me with the relentless determination of someone who had everything to lose if I escaped. I limped forward, then broke into an awkward run as adrenaline overrode the pain in my ankle. The forest began to change. The trees here were younger, thinner, suggesting I was nearing the edge of the truly wild area. Through the foliage ahead I caught glimpses of something that made my heart soar. A fence, the wooden privacy fence that marked the boundary of someone's backyard. Civilization, safety, witnesses who could protect me from the madman in the woods. I crashed toward that fence with renewed energy, no longer caring about the noise I made or the trail I left. Behind me, I heard the man's enraged shout as he realized I was about to escape his reach. His footsteps accelerated, branches breaking as he abandoned any pretense of stealth. The fence loomed ahead, 6 feet of weathered wood between me and survival. Without slowing, I leaped at it, my fingers catching the top edge. Pain shot through my arms as I pulled myself up, my shoes scrabbling against the wood for purchase. I was halfway over when I felt a hand grab my ankle. Terror gave me strength I shouldn't have possessed. I kicked backward viciously, connecting with something solid. His face or chest I couldn't tell, and heard a grunt of pain. His grip loosened for just a moment, and I wrenched free, throwing myself over the fence. I landed hard on someone's lawn, the impact driving the air from my lungs again. But I was over. I was safe. I scrambled to my feet and ran across the yard toward the house, a 2-story colonial with a brick facade. Behind me, I heard the man hit the fence, heard him trying to climb it as I had. I pounded on the back door, screaming for help. Please, someone help me, please. The door remained closed. No one appeared at the windows. The house was empty. Or its occupants couldn't hear me, or they were too frightened to respond to a hysterical teenager pounding on their door. I didn't wait to find out which. I ran around the side of the house, through a gate, and out onto the street. The suburban street was blessedly normal, houses with neat lawns, cars parked in driveways, a mailman making his rounds 2 houses down. The ordinariness of it all felt surreal after the nightmare in the woods. I ran toward the mailman, waving my arms, trying to call out but managing only a choked sob. He looked up, startled, his expression shifting from confusion to alarm as he took in my appearance, clothes torn and muddy, face scratched and bleeding, eyes wide with terror. "Are you okay? What happened?" "Call 911, I managed to gasp out. "Man in the woods. He buried someone. He tried to kill me." The next hours passed in a blur of sirens, questions, and the overwhelming relief of being surrounded by people who could protect me. The mailman, whose name I later learned was George, had immediately called 911 on his cell phone and stayed with me until the police arrived. He kept asking if I was hurt, if I needed to sit down, but I couldn't stop staring at the fence line, terrified I would see the man emerge from the woods. 3 patrol cars arrived within minutes, followed shortly by an ambulance. Paramedics examined my injuries, scratches, bruises, the swollen ankle, while police officers questioned me. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but the words came out disjointed and frantic. A body. A man burying a body. He chased me. He tried to kill me. One officer, a woman with kind eyes and gray-streaked hair, took my arm gently. "Slow down," she said. "You're safe now. We need you to tell us exactly what you saw and where." I tried to comply, but my thoughts were scattered. How could I explain where the clearing was when I'd run in blind panic, when I'd never been to that part of the forest before? I gave them my best estimate. Up the right trail, maybe 45 minutes of hiking, then off trail to the left. Not enough information, I knew, but all I could manage. More police arrived. I heard someone mention K9 units, search and rescue, crime scene investigators. The mailman had moved to his truck, but he kept glancing over at me with concern. Neighbors emerged from their houses, drawn by the commotion, standing in clusters and whispering among themselves. An officer drove me home. My mother's face when she saw me, flanked by police with an ambulance pulling up behind us, would haunt me almost as much as the memory of that pale hand in the dirt. She went white, actually staggered, and had to grab the doorframe for support. "He's all right, ma'am," the officer assured her quickly. "Shaken up, some minor injuries, but he's all right." Getting her to believe that took considerably longer. She wrapped me in a crushing embrace while simultaneously demanding to know what happened, who had hurt me, where I'd been. Tyler appeared at the top of the stairs, his video game controller still in hand, staring down at the scene with wide eyes. The living room became a command center of sorts. Police officers filled our house, tracking mud on my mother's carefully maintained carpet, asking questions, making phone calls. A detective arrived, a weathered man in his 50s named Lieutenant Hayes, who sat across from me with a notebook and pen and asked me to tell him everything from the beginning. I walked him through it. The decision to hike that morning, the choice to take the right trail, the sound that had drawn me to the clearing, what I'd seen, the chase. He listened without interrupting, occasionally making notes, his expression unreadable. "This man," he said when I finished. "Can you describe him?" I closed my eyes, bringing up the memory I wanted desperately to forget. Tall, maybe 6 feet, dark hair, short. He was wearing jeans and a dark jacket, maybe navy blue or black. Strong build, like he worked construction or something physical. Age? I don't know. Older than me, maybe 30s or 40s. I didn't see his face clearly until he was chasing me. And then, I swallowed hard. He looked angry, completely enraged. "Would you recognize him if you saw him again?" "Yes." The answer came without hesitation. That face, twisted with murderous intent, was burned into my memory. By evening, the woods behind our neighborhood had transformed into something resembling a military operation. Police tape blocked the trails. Searchlights had been set up, their beams cutting through the gathering darkness. I watched from my bedroom window as officers and search dogs moved through the trees, their flashlights creating a constellation of moving lights in the forest. My mother had called my father, who was traveling for business in Denver. He was on the next flight home. In the meantime, she refused to let me out of her sight, hovering anxiously, asking repeatedly if I was sure I was okay, if I needed anything, if I wanted to talk to someone. Tyler kept his distance, watching me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Fear, maybe, or the realization that his older brother had come terrifyingly close to dying that morning. The dynamic between us had always been competitive, occasionally antagonistic in the way of siblings, but that evening, he approached me cautiously. "Did you really see a dead body?" he asked quietly. I nodded, not trusting my voice. "That's messed up," he said, and for once there was no mockery in his tone, just genuine sympathy. Lieutenant Hayes returned around 8 o'clock, his expression grim. My mother showed him in, and I knew immediately from his face that the news wasn't good. "We found the clearing," he said, "and we found evidence of recent digging, but the body is gone." My mother's hand flew to her mouth. "Gone? He must have come back after your son escaped and moved it." Hayes looked at me. "We're treating this as an active homicide investigation. We found enough evidence to confirm that something was buried there recently. Hair, trace amounts of blood in the soil. We're processing the scene now." "But you didn't catch him," I said. It wasn't a question. "Not yet. But we will. We've got officers searching the area. Roadblocks set up. His description out to every department in the state." He paused. "I need you to work with a sketch artist tomorrow. The more detailed description we have, the better our chances of identifying this individual." Over the following days, I learned more about what the police had found. The hair recovered from the clearing belonged to a woman, blonde, probably in her 20s or 30s based on the forensic analysis. The blood confirmed that someone had died there, or at least been gravely injured, but without a body, without any other evidence. The investigation had limited leads. The sketch artist session was grueling. I sat for 3 hours trying to remember every detail of the man's face, the shape of his jaw, the set of his eyes, the way his mouth twisted when he screamed at me. The final sketch looked wrong somehow, flatter than the man I'd seen, but it was close enough to make my hands shake when I saw it. That sketch appeared on the news that evening, accompanied by a story about a suspected homicide in the woods. My name was withheld. I was a minor, and my parents had insisted on privacy, but the details were clear enough. Teen witnesses suspected murderer while hiking, police searching for unnamed suspect, public urge to call with any information. Days turned into weeks. School started again and I returned to classes. Though my concentration was shot, friends asked what had happened. The rumors had spread quickly, but I couldn't bring myself to discuss it. My grades slipped. I stopped sleeping well, jolting awake at the slightest sound, convinced the man had found out where I lived and was coming to finish what he started. The police presence in our neighborhood gradually decreased. The search of the woods, which had been intensive for the first week, became more sporadic. Lieutenant Hayes would call every few days with updates that weren't really updates at all. No new leads, no identification of the suspect, no body recovered. 6 weeks after that morning in the woods, Lieutenant Hayes came to our house one evening. His expression told me everything before he spoke. "I'm sorry," he said. "We're scaling back the investigation. Without more evidence, without a body, there's only so much we can do. We're keeping the case open, and if any new information comes to light, we'll pursue it aggressively. But active daily investigation is no longer sustainable." My mother argued, her voice rising in pitch as she demanded to know how they could just give up. But I said nothing. I understood. They had a sketch of a man who might not even be from this area. They had forensic evidence of a crime but no victim to identify. They had my testimony, which, while credible, told them little about who the man was or where he'd gone. The killer had simply vanished. It's been 9 years now since that September morning. I'm 25 years old, living in a city 300 miles from where I grew up. My parents sold that house 2 years after the incident. None of us could stand living so close to those woods anymore. Tyler is in college now. We don't talk about what happened unless we have to, which is rarely. I've tried to move on. I finished high school, went to college, started a career. I've been to therapy, learned coping mechanisms for the anxiety and hypervigilance that still plague me. I take medication for the insomnia. I avoid forests, parks, anywhere with too many trees and too few people. But I can't escape the knowledge that he's still out there. The man who killed that woman and God knows how many others is still breathing, still walking around free. Sometimes in crowds I find myself scanning faces, looking for him. wondering if I would even recognize him after all these years. Sometimes I wake at 3 in the morning, certain I've heard someone trying my door. The police told me to hope he's dead. Maybe he was killed in an accident. Maybe he died of natural causes. Maybe he's in prison somewhere for an unrelated crime, but hoping isn't knowing, and not knowing is its own special torture. Lieutenant Hayes retired 5 years ago, but before he did, he called me one last time. "I'm sorry we never caught him," he said. "I think about your case often, about that woman we never identified, never found, about you and what you went through. I'm sorry we couldn't give you closure." "Is the case still open?" I'd asked. "Officially, yes. Cold cases sometimes break decades later. New technology, someone coming forward with information, it happens, but we both knew it was unlikely. The trail had gone cold the moment that man moved the body. Without a victim, without physical evidence tying him to a specific identity, he had effectively committed the perfect crime. I tell myself that I survived for a reason. That bearing witness, even if it led nowhere, mattered somehow. That the woman he killed, whoever she was, at least had someone who knew she existed, who knew her death wasn't an accident or a disappearance, but a murder. It's small comfort, but it's all I have. The woods where I almost died have been partially developed now. Half of the forest was cleared 3 years ago for a new subdivision. I wonder sometimes if they unearthed anything during construction, if they found other graves, if the man I saw that morning made a habit of burying his victims in those woods. I'll probably never know, and that's what truly haunts me. Not just the memory of that pale hand in the dirt, or the sound of the man's footsteps pursuing me through the forest, or the absolute certainty that I came within seconds of becoming another unsolved disappearance. What haunts me is the knowing that true monsters don't always get caught, that evil sometimes wins, that justice is not inevitable. Somewhere, that man is living his life. Maybe he's married, maybe he has children, maybe he's a neighbor someone waves to, a coworker someone shares coffee with, a stranger someone passes on the street without a second thought. Or maybe he's still killing, still burying bodies in forests where no one walks, still getting away with murder. I survived that day in the woods, but part of me will never leave that clearing. Part of me will always be 16 years old, frozen behind an oak tree, watching a murderer try to hide his crime and knowing with absolute certainty that if he sees me, I'm dead. That's what I live with. That's what I'll carry for the rest of my life. The burden of being the witness who got away, the one who saw but couldn't save, the survivor haunted by the victims I'll never know the names of. The case remains open. The killer remains free. And I remain vigilant, always scanning faces and crowds, always listening for footsteps behind me, always remembering that September morning when I learned that true horror doesn't announce itself with music or warnings. It happens in silence, in sunlit clearings, in the space between one heartbeat and the next. That's the story I carry. That's the weight I bear. And until the day they find him, or until the day I die, it will never truly be over. This happened to me while I was hiking in Branson, Missouri, back in February 2022. Those familiar with the area can speculate as to precisely where it occurred, but I won't state it explicitly here because I don't want anyone else messing around there due to what ended up happening. I'm an avid hiker, 32 years old, and I've been exploring these Ozark trails for over a decade. The satisfaction of conquering virgin territory, of being the first to see what lies beyond the next ridge, had always driven me deeper into the wilderness. I'd been visiting this particular network of trails for the past 14 months, methodically working through each marked path like items on a checklist. The familiar comfort of known routes had begun to feel suffocating, and I craved the electric thrill that only comes from stepping into the unknown. One trail remained unexplored, a narrow, barely visible path that branched off from the main loop, disappearing into a dense thicket of bare winter trees. The morning I decided to tackle this final route, the February air bit at my exposed skin with unusual ferocity. Fog clung to the valleys like smoke from some massive unseen fire, and the overcast sky pressed down with an oppressive weight that made breathing feel labored. My hiking boots crunched through patches of old snow and brittle leaves as I located the trailhead, marked only by a small weathered post that looked like it hadn't been maintained in years. The path immediately felt different from the others. Where the main trails were wide and well maintained, this one was narrow, barely 2 feet across, forcing me to push through branches that scraped against my jacket with sounds like fingernails on chalkboard. The trees seemed to lean inward, creating a tunnel effect that blocked out most of the already dim daylight. Every step forward felt like a descent into something darker than just the physical landscape. 20 minutes into the hike, the trail began to descend sharply. My legs burned as I navigated the treacherous slope, using exposed roots and rocks as handholds. The silence was absolute. No bird calls, no rustling leaves, nothing but the sound of my own labored breathing and the occasional crack of a branch underfoot. It was the kind of silence that makes you hyper-aware of your own heartbeat, that makes you wonder if you're truly alone. That's when I first noticed something ahead, partially obscured by the skeletal remains of winter vegetation. From a distance, it looked like a large camping backpack, the kind experienced hikers use for multi-day expeditions. My first thought was that someone had lost their gear, possibly fallen and abandoned it. But as I approached, squinting through the gray afternoon light, the shape resolved into something far more unsettling. It was a large section of fake rock wall, clearly artificial, made from what appeared to be styrofoam or some similar lightweight material. The surface was painted to mimic granite, but the illusion was crude, obviously homemade. Someone had dragged this monstrosity out here, deep into the woods where no one should ever find it. But why? The questions began multiplying in my mind as I stared at this bizarre object that had no business being here. I circled around the fake wall, and that's when I noticed the trail of debris leading down the side of the ridge. Household items were scattered everywhere. A child's broken bicycle, rusted pots and pans, torn clothing hanging from branches like prayer flags. The randomness of it was deeply disturbing. Someone had been dumping personal belongings here for months, maybe years. At one point, I found a silver whiskey flask, still containing a few drops of amber liquid, and 2 discarded syringes with darkened needles that made my stomach turn. Following the trail of refuse, I found myself traveling off the main path, descending into a steep valley that led down to what sounded like a distant river. The terrain was treacherous, covered in loose shale and rotting logs that threatened to send me tumbling with every step. My curiosity had overcome my common sense. I needed to know what lay at the end of this disturbing breadcrumb trail. The valley walls rose up on either side of me like the ribs of some massive beast, and the few trees that managed to grow here were stunted and twisted, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The air grew colder as I descended, and I could smell something foul, a mixture of decay and human waste that made me breathe through my mouth. Soon I noticed a structure ahead, and I crept forward until I was standing on a rocky ledge, looking down at the remains of what had once been some kind of dwelling. The cabin appeared to have been jerry-built out of corrugated sheet metal. The walls now collapsed in on each other like a house of cards after an earthquake. Tons of household items were scattered in and around the wreckage: moldy mattresses, broken appliances, and what looked like years' worth of accumulated garbage. Several trees were lying on top of the debris, but what made my skin crawl was the realization that these hadn't fallen naturally. The stumps were clean cuts, obviously made with a chainsaw or axe. Someone had deliberately felled these trees onto the structure. The trees below the shack had also been chopped down, their massive trunks leaning forward at impossible angles, creating a barrier that would make the ruins nearly impossible to reach. The more I stared at this scene, the more wrong it felt. This was public land, designated for hiking and recreation. Who would build an illegal structure here? And more importantly, who would destroy it in such a violent, deliberate way? The whole thing reeked of some kind of territorial dispute or revenge, something dark and personal that had played out in this hidden valley. I stood on that ledge for several minutes trying to make sense of what I was seeing, when movement below caught my eye. Through the collapsed trees and fallen walls, I could see what looked like two large legs moving among the debris. My heart rate spiked instantly, and every primitive instinct I possessed screamed at me to run. My first irrational thought was that I was witnessing something supernatural, some creature that shouldn't exist. I fumbled for my phone with shaking hands and began to film, though the camera couldn't capture what my eyes were seeing. The figure crashed around loudly, making no effort at stealth, and I couldn't make out anything distinct about its appearance, just a dark blur of movement, occasionally visible between the tangled wreckage. The sounds it made were wrong somehow. Too heavy to be a deer, too purposeful to be random. I heard the scrape of metal against metal, the thud of heavy objects being moved. Whatever was down there was working, engaged in some kind of deliberate activity among the ruins of the destroyed cabin. Then the shape of a person came into view, and terror flooded my system like ice water. This wasn't some animal or figment of my imagination, it was a human being, moving with purpose among the wreckage. They appeared to be coming my way, though I couldn't tell if they had seen me yet. My mind immediately went to the worst possibilities. Some squatter protecting their territory, a person involved in illegal activities who wouldn't hesitate to eliminate a witness. I turned and ran, scrambling back up the hill as quietly as I could manage, my heart hammering so hard I was sure it could be heard echoing off the valley walls. Branches tore at my clothing as I fled, and I had to fight the urge to look back, terrified of what I might see pursuing me. Back on the main trail, I sat on a fallen log to catch my breath, my hands still shaking from adrenaline. Every logical part of my brain told me to leave, to hike back to my car and forget what I'd seen. But curiosity has always been my weakness, and after 20 minutes of internal debate, I found myself creeping back toward the edge of the valley. What was this person doing down there? Why were they moving around in what appeared to be an extremely dangerous area with tons of debris and fallen trees that could collapse at any moment? The risk they were taking suggested either desperation or dedication to some purpose I couldn't fathom. I approached from a different angle this time, moving with the stealth I'd learned from years of wildlife photography. The sounds continued, banging, dragging, what sounded like construction work but with improvised tools. I heard the scrape of sheet metal being moved, the dull thud of wood against wood that suggested they were building something from the salvaged materials. Then I heard a cough, distinctly human, male and close enough to make my skin crawl. The reality of the situation hit me. There was a person living down there, or at least using that space regularly. Someone who had access to power tools, who was comfortable working in dangerous conditions, who was deliberately hidden from the world above. I managed to position myself where I could occasionally catch glimpses of the figure. Black pants, what looked like a red or dark coat, but never enough to make out facial features or build. They moved with the confidence of someone who knew the terrain intimately, someone who had been here many times before. The implications were terrifying. How long had this person been here? What were they doing that required such secrecy? And most importantly, what would happen if they discovered they were being watched? 3 days later, I made a decision that still haunts me. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen, couldn't focus on work or sleep without wondering what was happening in that hidden valley. I convinced my brother to return with me. He's 28, works in construction, and has always shared my taste for adventure, even when it borders on the reckless. When we arrived at the site, changes were immediately apparent. The fake rock wall had been pushed over and moved farther down the ravine, clear evidence that someone had been there since my last visit. We found additional items scattered around, a baseball cap from Silver Dollar City, a torn tote bag with the same logo, and a pair of sweatpants that looked like they'd been abandoned in haste. The discovery of these personal items made everything feel more real, more threatening. These weren't just random pieces of debris, they belonged to someone who had been here recently. My brother examined the sweatpants with the detached curiosity of someone who doesn't fully grasp the danger we might be walking into. Darkness was falling faster than we'd anticipated, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. The smart thing would have been to leave, but my brother was energized by the mystery. He'd always been drawn to scary stories and urban legends, and this was the closest he'd ever come to living one. We decided to venture down to the cabin remains. I compared my photos from the previous visit to what we were seeing now, and the differences were unsettling. The debris had been rearranged, organized in ways that suggested ongoing habitation. Someone was definitely living here, or at least using this space regularly. As full darkness settled over the valley, we had to make a choice: leave or continue our investigation by phone light. Against all better judgment, we chose to continue. The adrenaline of fear was intoxicating, and we both craved the story we'd have to tell if we survived whatever we were about to encounter. We called out periodically as we descended, ostensibly to avoid surprising anyone who might be present, but really because the silence was becoming unbearable. Our voices echoed off the valley walls and came back to us distorted, adding to the surreal atmosphere of our descent into what felt increasingly like someone else's private hell. I'd grabbed a heavy glass bottle as a weapon, hardly adequate, but it made me feel slightly less vulnerable. My brother had found a rock that fit comfortably in his hand. We were two grown men, armed with garbage, descending into the domain of someone who had demonstrated both the skill and motivation to build and destroy structures in one of the most inaccessible locations in the county. When we reached the ruins, now barely visible in the darkness, we stopped to listen. I heard what sounded like water trickling, which seemed wrong. I hadn't noticed any streams on my previous visit. The sound was too regular, too consistent to be natural runoff. It sounded almost artificial, like water being poured or redirected through pipes. That's when we discovered the truth that made everything infinitely worse. Far below the collapsed structure, tucked into the ridge among a grove of dead trees, was a newly built shack. We were now parallel to it, and even in the darkness, the structure was clearly visible because of its bright white walls, fresh sheet metal that reflected what little ambient light filtered down through the canopy. This wasn't some temporary shelter or storage shed. This was a permanent dwelling, complete and inhabited. Someone had not only been salvaging materials from the destroyed cabin above, but had been systematically constructing a new home in an even more remote and inaccessible location. The implications were staggering. This person wasn't just camping or squatting temporarily. They had established a permanent residence on public land, hidden so well that park rangers would never find it unless they specifically knew where to look. They had water access, building materials, and the skills to construct shelter in terrain that would challenge experienced mountaineers. We crouched in the darkness, studying the white walls of the structure below when I noticed a dark shadow against the bright metal. At first I thought it might be a tree stump or piece of equipment, but something about its placement made me nervous. I called out softly, "Hello?" hoping to make contact on our terms rather than being discovered accidentally. The silence that followed was more terrifying than any response could have been. It was the silence of someone listening, calculating, deciding how to handle the intrusion. My brother had his phone light on, and I was filming, though the camera was capturing nothing but darkness punctuated by brief glimpses of white metal. We were still talking softly, joking nervously about the possibility of encountering something supernatural, when a voice cut through the night air with terrifying clarity. "Y'all better get out of here before you get shot." The words were spoken calmly, without emotion, which made them infinitely more frightening than any scream or threat could have been. This wasn't the voice of someone trying to scare us away. It was the voice of someone stating a simple fact, delivering a promise they were fully prepared to keep. I managed to call out, "Okay, we're leaving," in what I hoped was a non-threatening tone, but my brother was already scrambling up the ridge. The climb that had been difficult in daylight became a nightmare in darkness. We clawed at mud, scraped our hands and knees on rocks, and slipped repeatedly on the treacherous slope. I dropped my improvised weapon immediately. The bottle was worse than useless when I needed both hands to climb. Behind us, I listened for sounds of pursuit, but heard nothing except our own panicked breathing and the scatter of loose stones dislodged by our desperate ascent. When we finally reached the main trail, we didn't stop running until we were back in town, under streetlights, surrounded by the blessed normalcy of civilization. As we walked back to the car, my brother speculated that the threat had probably been a bluff, but I wasn't interested in testing that theory. What haunts me most isn't just the encounter itself, but the questions it raises. Who was that person? How long had they been living in that hidden valley? What were they doing that was worth threatening to kill hikers to protect? And most disturbing of all, how many other people know about places like this, hidden settlements in public lands where society's rules don't apply? I've never returned to that trail, and I never will, but sometimes, late at night, I wonder if that person is still down there, building something new from the wreckage of what came before, waiting in the darkness for the next curious hiker to stumble across their secret world. And I pray to God that whoever finds them next is smarter than I was and knows when to walk away from questions that are too dangerous to answer. My name is John Redtree. I'm 28 years old and I live in a small apartment in Knoxville, Tennessee. I work as an accountant, spending my days crunching numbers in a cubicle. It pays the bills, but just barely. I've always felt a longing for something more in life. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved the outdoors. My happiest memories are of summer camping trips with my dad in the Great Smoky Mountains. We'd hike deep into the backcountry, pitching our tent beside bubbling streams, the scent of pine needles sharp in the air. At night, we'd sit around the campfire as shadows danced among the trees, sharing stories and gazing up at the star-studded sky. Out there in the wilderness, all my worries and anxieties would melt away. The petty concerns of day-to-day life no longer mattered. It was just me, my dad, and the vast untamed beauty of nature surrounding us. I lived for those precious weeks every year. But then I grew up, graduated college, got an office job, moved to the city. Slowly, that free-spirited part of me got buried underneath spreadsheets and rent payments and rush hour traffic. When was the last time I spent a night in the woods, cooked food over an open fire, laid in a meadow and watched clouds drift by? Years. Too many years. Lately, I've felt that old urge stirring in me again. That yearning to escape the concrete and computers, to return to the purity of the forest. I miss the peace I used to find out there. I desperately need to reconnect with that vital, primal essence of myself. So I've made a decision. I'm going to take a solo camping trip deep in the heart of the Appalachian Trail. No cell phones, no other people, no distractions, just me and the ancient woods. I know it's risky to go alone. The trail can be dangerous, steep drop-offs, wild animals, unpredictable weather. But the idea of facing those challenges excites me. I want to test myself against the elements, to push my limits and see what I'm really made of when stripped of modern comforts. Some of my friends think I'm crazy when I tell them my plan. They remind me of all the stories about the strange things that happen in those dense, isolated forests. Hikers vanishing without a trace, eerie sounds echoing from the trees at night. Footprints that couldn't possibly be human. And of course the old tales of Bigfoot stalking the shadowy hollows of Appalachia. A huge, foul-smelling ape-man that can rip a man limb from limb. People say if you go deep enough into the uncharted areas, you just might come face to face with the fabled monster. But I don't believe those silly campfire stories. I'm not a superstitious person. As much as I love the outdoors, I'm a man of science and reason at heart. Bigfoot and ghost stories are fun to tell around a crackling fire. But that's all they are. Stories. The woods are vast, but they aren't supernatural. The only real threats out there are falls, exposure, maybe a bear attack at worst. Nothing I can't handle with proper preparation and common sense. I have a good map, quality gear, and years of backcountry experience under my belt. No, I won't let childish fears hold me back from this adventure, from returning to the place that makes me feel most alive and authentic. I know I'll find what I'm seeking out there, amid the timeless tranquility of nature, a reconnection, a renewal. I can hardly wait to shoulder my pack and set off down that winding trail, breathing deep that bracing mountain air. My true self is waiting for me in those misty hills and hushed glens. I just know it. Little do I suspect the primal horrors lurking in the primeval shadows of the forest. That I'm walking blind into an ancient realm of secrets mankind was never meant to discover. That soon I'll be plunged into a desperate battle for survival against an evil that surpasses human understanding. But for now, I'm still naively excited as I prepare for my solo journey into the Appalachian wilderness. A journey that will change me forever in ways I can't begin to imagine. I wake before dawn on the morning of my trip, too excited to sleep any longer. I slide out of bed, my bare feet touching down on the cool hardwood floor. Shuffling into the kitchen, I brew a pot of strong coffee and sit at the table, sipping the steaming black liquid as I study my trail map one more time. My route is carefully charted in red ink. 50 miles over 5 days, cutting through the wildest, most remote stretches of the Appalachian Trail in Great Smoky Mountains National Park. No established campsites, just bushwhacking off-trail to make camp wherever I end up each night. A true backcountry adventure. I'm a little nervous, but mostly I'm exhilarated. I've done plenty of hiking and camping before, but never a trip this ambitious, never this far from civilization, for this long. It's the challenge I've been craving, a chance to really push myself and see how I handle true wilderness isolation. After a quick shower and a final gear check, I sling my heavy backpack over my shoulders, lock my apartment door, and climb into my beat-up old Jeep. The morning fog hangs low as I pull out of Knoxville, the first rays of sun just starting to claw over the hazy blue ridges on the horizon. The drive out to the trailhead takes a little over an hour. The 2-lane road winds up through craggy hills and mist-shrouded hollows. Out here, cell phone reception is spotty to non-existent. Already the busyness of human civilization is giving way to the stillness of nature. I reach the gravel lot where the trail begins and park the Jeep. A weathered wooden signpost marks the path leading off into the shadowy tree line. Apalachian Trail, Clingman's Dome, Indian Gap. Shouldering my pack, I grab my trekking poles and set off at a brisk pace. The trail is wide and well maintained here at the start. A tunnel of green foliage arches overhead, dappled sunbeams cutting through the leaves. The rich, loamy scent of soil and growing things fills my nose. Birds sing unseen in the canopy as I push forward. A red-tailed hawk circles in the blue sky high above. A busy chittering alerts me to a chipmunk scampering over a fallen log. There's a new discovery around every bend. A jutting rock formation, a meadow full of wildflowers, a fast-moving stream tumbling down a series of small waterfalls. This is what I've been missing cooped up in my city cubicle. This wild, vital energy, reconnecting with the smells and sounds and textures of the living earth. Feeling my heart and lungs pumping, my muscles working, my senses sharpening, coming fully into my body. As the morning wears on, I settle into the familiar rhythms of the trail, the steady cadence of my boots on dirt and my poles striking stone, the play of sun and shadow through the trees. The companionable solitude, alone but never lonely amidst the breathing forest. The path starts to gradually ascend as I push deeper into the mountains. Before long, I'm puffing and sweating with the exertion. But I welcome it. My pack is heavy on my shoulders, but my spirit feels lighter than it has in years. With every step, the outside world recedes further. The noise and grime and stress of civilization slough away. At last, I reach the point where the official trail ends and the true backcountry begins, a small footpath, faint and crooked, branching off into untrammeled wildwood. On the map, it's marked with a dotted line and a warning. Backcountry area. No maintained trails. Enter at own risk. I smile and push forward without hesitation. The gnarled trees seem to swallow me up as I leave the last traces of mankind behind. The dense foliage quickly blots out the sun, plunging me into a cathedral of green shadows. An electric thrill runs through me. I'm finally doing it, venturing off the beaten path into the unknown. If only I understood what I was really walking into. If only I had heeded that warning more seriously. Because I'm about to learn the hard way that there are some very good reasons to fear the depths of the wilderness. that some trails are left untrod by human feet for a reason. I will soon discover that the farther you stray from the safe and the known, the more likely you are to encounter the things that hide in the shadows of the world, waiting for the unwary to stumble into their hungry embrace. The afternoon wears on as I bushwhack through the backcountry. The hiking is rugged and slow-going without a trail to follow. I pick my way over fallen logs, slippery with moss, scramble up steep rock faces, wade through hip-deep patches of stinging nettles. My muscles burn and my shirt is soaked through with sweat. Navigation is tricky under the dense canopy. I have to check my topo map and compass constantly to keep my bearings. The sun is only a gauzy light filtering through the leaves, making it hard to track its passage. Time seems to blur and warp in the endless green sameness. But I'm in my element out here. The challenges only energize me, making me feel sharp and alive. My senses are keenly attuned, the crackling of twigs underfoot, the spicy scent of crushed pine needles, the dart of color as a songbird takes flight. I'm fully present, thoughts of my stale routines and worries miles away. Late in the day, as shadows lengthen, I reach a suitable place to make camp for the night. A small clearing ringed with towering hemlocks alongside a fast-flowing creek. I shrug off my pack with a groan of relief, rolling my shoulders to loosen the kinks. I gather wood and kindling from the forest floor. Before long, I have a merry fire crackling, chasing back the gathering dark. I prop my soaked boots near the heat to dry and set a pot of water to boil for a pouch of chicken rice. As I wait for my dinner to rehydrate, I sit with my back against a smooth old oak and appreciate the night coming alive around me. The hiss and pop of the fire, the chuckling babble of the creek, a whippoorwill calling plaintively in the distance, fireflies winking in the black like fairies. It's deeply peaceful, but also a little eerie, if I'm being honest. Out here, miles from any other human soul, the night feels thicker somehow, hushed and watchful. The fire holds it at bay, but there's a sense of something ancient lurking just beyond the circle of flickering light, something that resents my small intrusion into its domain. I shake off the fanciful notion and force down a few mouthfuls of my bland meal. I'm tired and aching from the long day's exertions. My overactive imagination is just a product of fatigue. Banking the fire, I crawl into my ultralight tent and wriggle into my sleeping bag. Sleep comes quickly, the burbling of the creek and the sighing of the wind in the branches, a soothing lullaby. Deep in the night, I'm jolted awake by a sound outside my tent. A heavy crashing, like something big blundering through the brush nearby. Branches cracking and leaves thrashing. My heart slams into overdrive. I fumble for my flashlight with shaking hands and sweep the beam across the tent wall. The nylon ripples in the breeze, but I don't see any silhouette or shadow moving out there. The sound passes and fades into the distance. Probably just a deer or a bear, I tell myself. Big animals are always active at night in these woods. It's no big deal. Still, it takes me a long time to fall back asleep, senses straining for any hint of further disturbance. Once or twice I think I hear a distant rhythmic thudding, like heavy muffled footfalls. But it's so faint I can't be sure it's not just the anxious drumming of my own pulse in my ears. The next morning dawns misty and cold. As I emerge from my shelter to stir up the fire, I notice broken saplings and trampled undergrowth just beyond the edge of the clearing. Whatever passed through in the night, it wasn't stealthy about it. But I see no tracks, no scat, no tufts of hair snagged on branches to give me a clue what it might have been. With a slight shrug, I put it out of my mind and focus on making breakfast and breaking camp. I have another long day of trekking ahead of me. If I had examined those snapped branches a little closer, I might have noticed they were all broken about 8 feet off the ground, higher than any deer or bear could reach. Might have seen the way the thin trunks were twisted, almost wrenched apart by incredible strength. But those details will only become clear later, in hindsight. For now, naively untroubled, I shoulder my pack and set off into the misty forest for another day of solitary exploration, not suspecting I'm being watched, being tracked, being hunted. The next few days pass in a blissful blur. Each morning I wake at first light, boil water for coffee and oatmeal, then break camp and set off. I let whimsy choose my path through the wildwood, following the curves of hills and creeks, chasing shafts of sunlight and wisps of birdsong. When I get tired, I rest. When I get hungry, I eat. When some impromptu wonder catches my eye, a profusion of wildflowers, a heart-stopping vista, the glint of mica in a streambed, I stop to appreciate it. Out here there are no deadlines, no schedules, no expectations, just what adventure each moment brings. The physical challenges are formidable, but I relish them. Chimneying up a narrow crevice between two towering boulders, belly crawling through dense rhododendron tunnels on my elbows, leaping across a 15-foot gap to reach the next boulder in a series, serving as dry stepping stones over a rain-swollen creek. My body grows lean and hard, my senses keen as an animal's. I feel more deeply attuned to the rhythms of nature than I ever have before. The sun on my face, the breeze in my hair, the living carpet of the forest floor beneath my boots. I'm wild and free and alive. But the nights are different. Each evening when I make camp, as the sun sinks and shadows gather, a subtle unease starts to creep over me, an instinctive tightening between my shoulder blades, the little hairs at the back of my neck standing at attention. The nighttime forest feels pregnant with unseen menace. The strange sounds come every night now. That same heavy, clumsy crashing in the brush. Closer each time, circling my lonely camp like a shark circling a raft. A prickling sense of being watched by unseen eyes. I tell myself it's just my overactive imagination. That it's totally natural to feel a little spooked alone in the deep woods at night. Our ancestors huddled close to their campfires for millennia, instinctively fear the dark places where predators lurk. It's just primal emotion, not stemming from any real threat. But no matter how I try to rationalize it, the skin-crawling dread is getting harder to shake off. Sleep comes in fitful snatches, the night spent tossing and straining my ears for the snap of a twig, the pad of an approaching footfall. On my fifth morning, I break camp as usual, trying to ignore my growing unease and exhaustion. I'm startled to realize I've lost track of exactly where I am in my wanderings. Yesterday, I neglected to check my map all day, too caught up in the simple joys of exploration. A rookie mistake. Pulling out my topo map and compass, I try to orient myself, but the terrain doesn't seem to match the squiggly lines and contours on the weathered paper anymore. These deep woods all look the same: towering trees, craggy slopes, boulder-strewn creeks, no distinguishing landmarks to pinpoint my location. A trickle of real fear slides down my spine for the first time. What if I'm lost? Sucked so deep into the forested labyrinth that I can't find my way back out again. No one knows exactly where I am. No one is coming to look for me. Stop it, I scold myself harshly. You're being a head case. You've got a map and compass, just calm down and trust your training. You're not lost, just turned around. Pick a direction and start walking. You'll hit a road or a trail eventually. Swallowing hard, I pick a bearing at random and set off. But as the day wears on, doubts gnaw at me harder. The forest seems to fold in on itself, the trees crowding close, the undergrowth thickening until I'm forced to fight for every step. I'm bushwhacking blind, clawing my way through strangling vines and clutching briars. The canopy overhead grows so dense that only thin shafts of sun penetrate the gloom. I can't see the sky to track the sun's passage anymore. The air feels thick and oppressive, hard to suck into my lungs. My progress slows to a wretched crawl. It's almost a relief when I burst out of the underbrush and find myself at the foot of a towering cliff face. At least it's a change of scenery, something to orient myself by. But my heart sinks as I crane my neck back, trying to spy the top. It seems to rise up forever, a sheer granite wall soaring dizzily into the sky, and my intended direction lies directly over it. There's nothing for it but to climb. Taking a deep breath, I find a handhold and heave myself upward. The stone is crumbly and treacherous, cracking off in my hands, my boots scrabbling for purchase. Before long, I'm 20, 30, 50 feet off the ground, clinging to the rock face like a spider. I'm just starting to think I might make it. the top coming into view, when a shelf of rock I'm standing on suddenly shatters under my weight. In an instant I'm falling, plummeting sickeningly toward the jagged boulders far below. A scream rips from my throat. By some miracle, my flailing hands catch a vine and arrest my plunge with a bone-wrenching jerk. I dangle there panting, heart going like a jackhammer, not daring to move. The vine is as thin as my wrist, my palms slippery with sweat. If I put any weight on it, with an awful ripping sound, the vine tears free from the cliff face. And then I'm falling again, my terrified howl swallowed by the wind rushing past my ears. The ground rises up to meet me with dizzying speed. The last thing I see is a pair of huge hirsute feet, sunk deep into the moldering forest loam. Then everything goes black. Consciousness returns slowly, painfully. The first thing I'm aware of is a diffuse throbbing, my whole body one big aching bruise. I try to move and lightning bolts of agony shoot up my leg, drawing a hoarse cry from my cracked lips. Memories trickle back. The cliff, the fall. I must have landed badly, snapped my shin like a twig. How far did I fall? 50 feet? 100? By all rights I should be dead. Every bone in my body shattered. I know I need to assess the damage, take stock of my injuries, but I can barely string two thoughts together. The pain is a living thing chewing at my mind, blotting out everything else. Some detached part of me recognizes I'm going into shock. Blinking blearily, I take in my surroundings for the first time. I'm lying crumpled at the bottom of the cliff in a world of hurt, but I'm not alone. Something is moving in the underbrush at the edge of the clearing. Something huge, shuffling, grunting. The heavy musk of wet animal fur and something fouler hits my nostrils, turning my stomach. 2 points of red light appear in the shadows between the trees. Eyes, endlessly deep and full of cold, alien intelligence. Slowly, ponderously, a gigantic shape detaches from the darkness and lumbers into the open on 2 legs, rising up and up to towering height. It's like something out of a nightmare, covered in shaggy, matted fur, powerfully muscled limbs, hands tipped with jagged claws, a face not quite ape, not quite man, something twisted in between, bared yellowed fangs. Horror explodes through me like icy poison, my scream strangling in my throat. I know what I'm seeing is impossible. I know that it can't be real. But the creature just regards me with those fathomless red eyes. Then it throws back its head and unleashes an ear-splitting roar that shakes the leaves from the trees, proclaiming its dominion. Its dominion over me. The agony in my shattered leg is like molten metal, searing and all-consuming. But it's nothing compared to the icy terror flooding my veins as the creature takes one ponderous step toward me, then another. This can't be happening. It's not possible. That thing can't exist. I must be hallucinating. Maybe I hit my head in the fall, I'm concussed. This is all some pain-induced fever dream. But I can smell its rank animal musk, hear the crunch of dry leaves under its feet, feel the weight of that crimson gaze pinning me like an insect. It's real and it's here, and oh God, it's coming for me. Adrenaline explodes through my battered body like lightning. Heedless of the white-hot spikes of pain radiating from my mangled leg, I'm scrabbling backwards in the dirt, clawing for handholds to try and drag myself away. But my pitiful efforts are useless. The creature takes its time, in no hurry, stalking toward me with an almost lazy confidence. Why shouldn't it be confident? I'm helpless prey, no match for its brute strength and power. It looms over me, eclipsing the sun, casting me into shadow. Heat radiates off its furred bulk, its breath a fetid blast in my face. This close, I can see the nicks and scars crisscrossing its leathery hide, souvenirs from past battles. I can see the bunching knots of muscle under the fur, the wicked curve of 6-inch talons. The creature reaches for me with one massive paw. I throw my arms over my head with a choked whimper, waiting for those claws to rend my flesh, for monstrous fingers to crush my windpipe. But it just seizes a fistful of my shirt and effortlessly hoists me off the ground like a rag doll. My legs dangle uselessly, my broken shin at an obscene angle. I'm hopelessly snared in its grip, pinned by that hellish red gaze. Those eyes, there's a horrifying intelligence in their carmine depths, an ancient, pitiless awareness that roots me to my core. In that instant, I know two things with terrible certainty. This creature is no dumb brute. It's cunning, calculating. It didn't stumble upon me by chance. It's been stalking me this whole time, toying with me, herding me deeper and deeper into its forest to cut me off from any hope of escape or rescue. Those sounds outside my tent the past nights, that was the creature circling, playing with its food before the kill. And it's done playing with me now. Time seems to freeze as we hang there in grotesque tableau. My heart a jackhammer in my chest, my breath coming in panicked gasps, the fetid heat of the monster's body suffocating. Then a guttural growl rumbles up from the depths of its barrel chest, a sound of dark hunger and deadly intent. Its jaws open wide, revealing rows of jagged fangs, a slick black gullet. It's going to devour me alive. A surge of desperate strength floods through me, and I'm struggling, kicking, beating at its chest with my fists, clawing for its eyes. Fear has shattered the bonds of rationality, reducing me to a writhing creature of pure atavistic panic. But it's like fighting a mountain. The creature doesn't even seem to register my feeble blows. It draws me closer to its open, slavering jaws, a low growl of anticipation buzzing in its throat. So this is how I die, alone in this haunted forest, unmourned and unremembered, ripped apart by an impossible thing that shouldn't even exist. The searing inevitability of it crashes through me, despair rising up like a black wave to swallow me whole. I'm opening my mouth to let loose a final hopeless scream. But in that instant, a sound splits the air like a gunshot. "Hey!" A human voice, rough-edged and furious. The creature and I both jerk our heads toward the source of the shout. A figure is striding out of the trees, big and rangy, clad in a battered ranger hat and a khaki uniform, and leveling the business end of a shotgun straight at the monster's head, with an air of deadly intent. "Drop him, you son of a bitch," the ranger bellows. "Right now!" For a heartbeat, everything hangs suspended. The creature and the ranger locked in silent battle, the man's eyes steely and unflinching, his finger tense on the trigger. The monster's arm bunches. Then, with a snort of disgust, it hurls me away from it like a broken toy, sending me crashing into the dirt. Agony flares white-hot in my leg and I scream, my vision sparking out. Through a haze, I'm dimly aware of the monster uttering a final hair-raising roar of frustration, and then its hulking shape is turning, crashing off into the underbrush, swallowed up by the forest. Footsteps, men shouting, hands on me. The ranger's face swims into view above me, grim and tight-lipped. "Easy now, buddy," he says gruffly, reassuringly. "I got you. It's over. You're safe now." Then the pain takes me and I spiral down into the mercy of unconsciousness. I come awake in stages, surfacing slowly from the deep well of oblivion. First, I'm aware of a steady mechanical beeping. Then the sharp, astringent smell of antiseptic, the starched, rough texture of sheets against my skin. Hospital. I'm in a hospital. Memories start to filter back like jagged shards of a broken mirror. The cliff, the fall, the shotgun blast, the creature. Oh God, the creature. My eyes fly open with a gasp and I'm jackknifing upright. Or trying to. Agony flares hot in my leg and my vision strobes out for a second. Collapsing back onto the thin mattress, I take stock for the first time. My entire left leg is encased in plaster from hip to toe, suspended in a mess of straps and pulleys. An IV drips fluids into the crook of my elbow. The rest of me is a patchwork of bandages and fading bruises. Clipped to the sheet covering my chest is a plastic ID bracelet. John Redtree, followed by a bunch of inscrutable numbers and barcodes. "About time you rejoined us, Mr. Redtree," a voice says mildly. I whip my head around and blink in surprise. Perched casually in the chair beside my bed is the ranger. The same weathered face, the same khaki uniform, now sadly rumpled. His shotgun is propped against the wall within easy reach. "Where what?" I croak. my voice a barely recognizable rasp. My tongue feels thick and clumsy, my thoughts sluggish. Valley View Medical Center, the ranger supplies. You've been out for over a day. Doctors had to put a lot of pins in that leg. He nods at my plaster prison. Pumped you full of the good drugs, too. My heart slams against my ribcage as fractured bits of memory rise up screaming. The creature, oh Jesus, the creature looming over me, its rancid breath in my face, its claws in my flesh. Easy there, bud. Keep breathing, the ranger says, leaning forward to squeeze my shoulder. You're safe here. It can't get you. I stare at him wild-eyed, my panic receding only slightly. What was that thing? The ranger sighs and scrubs a hand over his stubbled face. He suddenly looks very old and very tired. What you saw out there? What you tangled with? We call it the Reaper. The Reaper? I rab. That name conjures images of the black-robed, scythe-wielding personification of death. I shiver. On account of how it butchers anything unlucky enough to cross its path, the ranger says grimly. Deer, bear, hikers. He fixes me with a penetrating stare. You're one of the few to see it and live to tell the tale, my friend. Not many it gets in its grip walk away. I swallow hard. What is it? Where did it come from? The ranger sighs again and settles back in his chair, folding his hands. The truth is, we don't rightly know. Far as we can figure, it's some kind of relic hominid, a leftover from the age of cavemen that's managed to survive in the deep woods all this time. Maybe a Gigantopithecus, maybe something stranger. He shakes his head. Whatever it is, it's been in these mountains for a long, long time, longer than men have. The Cherokee tell stories about it that go back generations. They call it Sul-Kalu, the great owl, a demon of the dark woods that snatches unwary travelers. I shiver convulsively, the creature's red gaze burning behind my eyes. An ancient evil that's endured in secret for eons, spoken of only in whispers around campfires. Until I blundered into its realm. That's what you and your buddies do? I ask hoarsely. Hunt monsters in the woods. The ranger smiles thinly. In a manner of speaking, officially we're just humble servants of the National Park Service, but we're the ones who patrol the deep zones. The places good upstanding citizens aren't meant to go. We keep an eye on the things that call the wild places home. Keep them away from the tourist trails. I think of all the stories, the whispered legends, of Bigfoot and Wendigos and gremlins in the night. Things I've always dismissed as old wives' tales. But now I've seen the truth with my own eyes, felt its claws in my flesh, and I know nothing will ever be the same. The world is so much stranger and darker than I ever dared imagine. The ranger seems to read my thoughts. He leans forward, face intent. Listen to me, son. You've had a hard dose of a reality most folks never have to face. You'll carry the scars of this encounter the rest of your days, outside and in. His eyes are like agates, fathomless and opaque. But you walk out of this hospital, you go home to your life, your people, and you don't look back, you hear? Stay out of the deep woods. Let the shadows keep their secrets. He sits back, his face softening. The Reaper, it'll stick to its hunting grounds. With any luck, our paths won't cross again. I aim to keep it that way. I swallow hard. As much as I long to bury this nightmare, to forget, I know he's right. I'll always carry this with me. The memory of the creature's red eyes, the heat of its breath, the strength in its hands as it lifted me like a child. I ventured into the primal dark and glimpsed the hungry things that wait there, waiting for the unwary to stray from the safe paths and hearths of men. And I know bone deep that if I ever set foot in those mountains again, it'll be waiting for me. The Reaper in the night, pitiless and patient. I'm John Redtree. I'm 28 years old, and I've seen the face of a myth, looked into the abyss, and felt it look back into me. I'll never be the same, and I'll never, ever go into the woods alone again. The rain hammered down on the roof of my rusty pickup truck as I navigated the winding mountain roads of the Appalachian wilderness. The rhythmic slapping of the wipers and the drum of raindrops on metal were the only sounds besides the lid growl of the engine. I was utterly alone out here. Miles from civilization, just the way I wanted it. My name is Ethan Begay. I'm a 28-year-old Arizona native, half Navajo on my mother's side. I had been living in Atlanta for the past few years, working a dead-end office job that slowly crushed my soul day by day. My life had begun to feel like one giant hamster wheel of pointless emails, endless meetings, and fake smiles, not to mention my disastrous love life and growing credit card debts. I was deeply unhappy and knew I needed a change, so I walked away from it all, quit my job, sold my meager possessions, and loaded up my truck to embark on a long solo hiking trip along the famed Appalachian Trail. I craved the simplicity, the isolation, the feeling of being a tiny speck swallowed up by the vastness of nature. Out here, my cubicle and commute and relationship drama all seemed trivial. It was a chance to escape, to reset, to grapple with the big questions of life while testing myself against the elements. I planned to hike for several months, living out of my truck and tent, until I figured out what to do next with my rudderless life. But now, shrouded in darkness and rain on an empty forest road, second thoughts began to creep in. Was I really prepared for this? I considered myself outdoorsy, but most of my experience was limited to shorter weekend camping trips, not a multi-month solo through hike. Did I have the right gear, enough food, sufficient backcountry skills? My stomach churned with anxiety as I navigated ever deeper into the mountains. I thought back to the stories I'd read online from former thru-hikers and national park rangers. Tales of close calls with lightning strikes, almost getting lost in blizzards, encounters with aggressive bears, and of course the occasional whispered mention of seeing and hearing strange things in the woods that defied explanation, things that sounded suspiciously like Bigfoot. I had always rolled my eyes at that stuff, chalking it up to overactive imaginations and campfire tales. But now, alone in the thick Appalachian forest in the dead of night, those stories didn't seem quite so far-fetched. Every flash of lightning illuminated twisted branches that looked like grasping claws. Every gust of wind sounded like the heavy breathing of some hulking creature hidden in the darkness. "Get it together, Ethan," I chided myself. "It's just your mind playing tricks." Suddenly, my headlights caught a flash of movement ahead. I slammed on the brakes, my heart leaping into my throat. In the beams, I glimpsed a huge, shaggy silhouette loping across the road on two legs before it vanished into the forest. It had only been a split second, but it was far too large to be a bear, and something about the way it moved seemed strangely human. A trickle of icy sweat ran down my back. No, it couldn't be. I took a deep breath, trying to slow my racing pulse. It had to have been a trick of the light and rain, a shadow playing on overhanging branches. Bigfoot wasn't real. I was just spooking myself, like a kid telling ghost stories and then leaping at every nighttime creak of the house. I just needed to get to the trailhead, set up my tent, and get some sleep. Things would feel less ominous in the light of day. I drove on, more timidly now, straining to see through the rain-streaked windshield into the forest. But I couldn't shake the deep unease that had settled over me. That unsettling silhouette lingered in my mind, the way it had moved, so fluidly yet with such bulk and power. As much as I tried to rationalize it away, some ancient instinct deep in my brainstem sensed a predator in the darkness and set my nerves jangling with primal fear. Little did I know, things were about to get so much worse. That fleeting roadside glimpse would pale in comparison to the heart-stopping horrors and sanity-bending revelations awaiting me in the woods. I was about to plunge headlong into a nightmare of blood, legends, and a mysterious creature that would force me to question everything I thought I knew about the world. Watery gray light seeped through the nylon walls of my tent, dragging me out of a restless sleep tangled in my damp sleeping bag. I sat up, blinking and disoriented, trying to shake off the eerie sense of dread that clung to me like morning mist. The rain had stopped, replaced by an unnatural stillness broken only by the occasional plaintive bird call. Rubbing the grit from my eyes, I tried to convince myself that the events of last night had been a dream, that I hadn't really seen a hulking, sloping figure dash across the road, just a manifestation of my anxiety about this trip. Unzipping the tent flap, I crawled out to greet the day. My small camp was just as I'd left it, tent pitched by the ashes of a fire ring, bare canister of food hoisted into a tree, my pack and hiking boots sheltered under a rainfly. And all around the dense Appalachian forest stretched away in every direction, wisps of mist twining between the pines and leafless hardwoods. I went through the familiar motions of boiling water on my camp stove for instant coffee and oatmeal, but even these small rituals of backcountry life couldn't dispel my unease. The woods felt wrong somehow, too still and watchful, like unseen eyes were observing my every move. I kept catching myself glancing over my shoulder, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. Sternly, I tried to shake myself out of it. I was an experienced hiker letting my imagination run wild. Time to pack up camp, shoulder my backpack, and put some trail miles behind me. Maybe the meditative rhythm of my boots on dirt would help clear the cobwebs of paranoia from my mind. Within the hour I was hiking, my 50-pound pack a familiar burden as I switchbacked up a ridgeline. It was strangely quiet. I should have heard the chatter of squirrels, the drum of woodpeckers, the skittering of chipmunks in the leaf litter. But the forest seemed to be holding its breath. Even the wind made no sound as it combed the firs. Then I smelled it. A musky, rank odor on the breeze, like wet dog mixed with rotting leaves and something even fouler. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I knew that smell from my time in the Southwest. It was the smell of a predator, a mountain lion, a bear, a wolf, some creature at the top of the food chain. Adrenaline jolted through my system as I paused, trying to see through the trees and evaluating my options if I encountered something. That was when I noticed the silence. The few birds and animals I'd heard earlier had gone utterly quiet. An oppressive stillness hung over the forest like a shroud. The odor grew stronger, and with it a spine-chilling certainty crystallized within me. I was being watched, stalked, hunted. Slowly, fighting every instinct to freeze, I slid my pack off and reached for the bear spray holstered on the hip belt. My fingers trembled as I wrapped them around the canister. Some part of me knew this wasn't a bear I was dealing with. It was something far more terrifying, more unknown. A guttural sound shattered the silence, rising from the shadows of a grove of hemlocks. It was a growl, but deeper and more powerful than anything I'd ever heard, edged with a nearly human quality. That same ancient voice of instinct from the night before now screamed at me, "Run." I abandoned my pack and crashed into the forest, bear spray clutched in one white-knuckled hand as branches whipped at my face. Behind me, heavy footfalls gave chase, snapping saplings and crunching through deadfall at a terrifying speed. The growl rose again, so loud it vibrated in my bones, spurring me to even greater speeds of panicked flight. My lungs and legs burned as I sprinted blindly, hurtling over mossy boulders and fallen logs. How could something so huge move so quickly through the dense woods? No natural animal could pursue like this. The horrifying reality I'd denied all night now clamped onto my brain with iron certainty. My roadside sighting had been no trick of the light. I was being chased by a creature that shouldn't exist outside of folklore and tabloid headlines. Bigfoot was real. It was here in the Appalachian wilderness, and it was hunting me. I fled through the forest in a gasping panic, expecting at any moment to feel the slam of a gigantic hand on my back, the slash of claws, the crush of jaws. But the crashing footfalls and guttural roars gradually faded behind me as I put more distance between myself and my pursuer. Despite its shocking speed, it seemed the creature couldn't match my sheer, desperately terrified pace. After an eternity that couldn't have been more than a quarter mile, I had to stop, bending double with hands braced on knees as I heaved for air. The growls and footsteps had ceased. I was alone again in the stillness of the forest, surrounded by birdsong and breeze as if nothing had happened. But the burn of lactic acid in my muscles and the rank odor still hanging in the air told me it had been all too real. 1,000 questions whirled through my reeling brain. What was that thing? Was it really Bigfoot? Or had I encountered some freakish mutant bear? Why was it chasing me? And most pressing, where was it now? There was no way I was hiking back the way I'd come to retrieve my abandoned backpack. It held my tent, sleeping bag, most of my food, my phone, everything I needed to survive out here and get help. But returning to that grove of hemlocks was out of the question with that thing lurking somewhere in the shadows. I had to keep moving, had to get to the nearest ranger station or road and tell someone what I'd seen. They'd probably think I was crazy or hallucinating, but I had to try. I couldn't just wander the backcountry waiting to become Sasquatch's next meal. Taking deep breaths to steady my nerves, I got my bearings and started hiking again. Bear spray still clutched in one clammy hand. I was intensely aware of how alone and vulnerable I was now without my pack and supplies. I had a jacket, a knife, some matches, a compass, and a few power bars in my pockets, but that was it. No shelter, no sleeping bag, very little food. I shivered at the thought of being caught out here at night. As I walked, seeing the forest through newly terrified eyes, I noticed more unsettling details. There were odd, broken branches high up in the trees, far higher than any bear could reach. Tufts of coarse brown fur snagged on twigs, indistinct impressions in the mud that could almost be footprints if feet came in size 25. How long had this creature been here? Was I the first to encounter it? The shadows began to lengthen as afternoon ticked towards evening. My mind raced as I tried to calculate how many miles I'd covered, how close I might be to a road or help. But in my panicked flight, I'd gotten disoriented and wasn't entirely sure I was going the right direction. The weight of my aloneness in the vast wild settled over me like a smothering blanket. Then I rounded a bend in the trail and stumbled to a halt, my stomach turning to ice. About 50 feet ahead of me, the path was blocked by a massive, twisted tree trunk, and hunched on top of it, staring right at me with disturbingly intelligent eyes and a heavily browed face, was an 8-foot-tall wall of fur and muscle. The creature slowly rose to its full imposing height, lips curling back to reveal yellowed fangs. My legs turned to jelly. It had circled around and cut me off, herding me like prey. The message was clear. There would be no escape. With a roar that shook the forest, Bigfoot started toward me, and I knew I was going to die. I stood frozen as the creature loped toward me, its huge frame eating up the distance with terrible speed. My brain screamed at my legs to run, but they wouldn't obey. Paralyzed by the sheer overwhelming terror of seeing a childhood monster brought to nightmarish life. Some distant part of my mind clinically observed details: the shaggy fur, the barrel chest, the incongruously human-like eyes. But mostly my entire being was consumed by the knowledge that I was about to be ripped limb from limb by an apex predator. 20 feet away now, its rotten stench filling my nostrils. 15 feet. 10. Still I couldn't move, couldn't blink, as if immobilized by the hypnotic stare of those uncannily aware eyes boring into mine. A detached calm settled over me as I realized these were my last moments alive. At least the mystery of Bigfoot would be solved when they found my mangled remains, I thought with a tinge of hysteria. The creature pulled up short an arm's length from me, so close I could see the individual silver hairs on its chin, the chips in its curved claws, the scarred skin visible beneath its pelt. It towered over me, its bulk blocking out the forest behind it. There was nowhere to run. I braced myself for the bone-crushing grip, the rending teeth, but they didn't come. The massive creature stared down at me, breathing hard but made no move to attack. Its expression almost seemed curious, wary. I barely dared to breathe, not wanting to break the spell. Slowly, moving like I was in a dream, I raised my open palms in what I prayed was a universal gesture of "I mean no harm." I had no idea if it would understand, but I had to try something. "I'm not a threat," I said softly, my voice shaking. "I don't want to hurt you. I'm just lost, please." The Bigfoot cocked its head, eerily bird-like. Could it understand me? There was an undeniable glimmer of intelligence, even comprehension, in its eyes as it studied my face. For a long moment we stood motionless, regarding each other, an impossible detente. Then slowly, deliberately, it took a step back, then another, not turning its back on me. I remained frozen, afraid to make any sudden moves. Was it going to let me go? My hammering heart dared to hope, but as it backed away, never taking its eyes off me, its foot came down on a dead branch with a resounding crack. The sound shattered the charged silence and seemed to break the trance that had fallen over the creature. Its eyes went wide and wild, its lips peeling back in a snarl. A guttural roar erupted from its chest and it coiled to spring, to attack. Time seemed to slow. Without conscious thought, I raised the bear spray canister that I somehow still held in my white-knuckled grip. I pressed the trigger, sending a high-pressure stream of capsaicin mist directly into its face as it lunged for me. The creature bellowed in pain as the spray blinded it, clutching at its eyes and staggering. I wasted no time, whirling to dash down the trail with speed I didn't know I possessed. Enraged roars and the crashing of pursuit followed me once more. But I seemed to have bought myself a small lead this time. I hurdled fallen logs and tore through underbrush, trying desperately to keep ahead of the sounds of my pursuer thrashing in pain somewhere behind me. My only thought was to get as much distance as possible while it was incapacitated. Chest heaving and legs burning, I finally burst out of the tree line and almost wept in relief at the sight of asphalt under my boots. A desolate road free of tire tracks or power lines, but a road nonetheless. I raced down the blacktop, straining to hear if the creature would follow. But the forest behind me remained silent, save for the trilling of evening tree frogs. I must have run a quarter mile before I allowed myself to collapse, cramping thighs no longer able to hold me upright. Gasping, I looked around wildly, realizing I had no idea where I was or how far I'd fled. But I was alive. Against all odds, I'd escaped the creature, and I knew two things with absolute certainty as I gulped lungfuls of air by that empty backwoods road. Bigfoot was real, and it didn't want humans encroaching on its forest. I had to get to the authorities, had to warn people somehow. As I hauled myself to my feet, I noticed something that sent ice water trickling through my veins. On the shoulder of the road, sunk deep into the soft dirt, was an enormous humanoid footprint. The creature had followed the road here at some point. Did that mean it ventured out of the deep woods sometimes to look for prey? The thought chilled me to my core. I had to get out of these mountains. I had no gear, no food, no way to defend myself if it came back. I picked a direction and started walking, hoping against hope it would lead me to a ranger station, a parking lot, another hiker, any sign of humanity. The sun dipped below the ridgeline, shadows overtaking the forest. It would be full dark soon. My mind reeled, struggling to process the enormity of what I had seen, what I now knew, all the Bigfoot stories, the blurry photos and shaky videos, the claims dismissed by skeptics as hoaxes and myth. They were true, all of them. A huge furred hominid creature really did roam the Appalachian wilderness, an undiscovered primate, a missing link, a monster, and I was likely the only person alive who had seen it up close and could prove its existence. I had to get my evidence and my story out there. But first I had to survive the hike out, had to survive the night with that creature still out there, angry and hunting. The same thoughts chased themselves around and around my exhausted brain as I stumbled down the darkening road. Find help, warn people, get out alive. Only the raw instinct to survive kept my battered legs moving through the pain and fatigue. The night would be long and cold and full of terrors, but one way or another, I vowed I would live to tell this tale, to reveal to the world the truth I had uncovered in these ancient mysterious mountains. The truth about the long-denied, much-feared creature that haunted the vast forests of the continent's oldest range. The truth I had experienced up close in all its frightening, awe-inspiring reality. Bigfoot was real, and now I had to make everyone believe. Night fell swiftly, draping the mountains in deep blue shadows that pooled into inky blackness between the trees. The temperature dropped just as quickly, the last of the day's warmth seeming to evaporate with the fading light. I shivered in my thin jacket, wishing desperately for the warm layers I'd abandoned in my pack. I walked doggedly down the empty road, gravel crunching rhythmically under my boots, breath puffing in the chilly air. All around, The darkened forest loomed, suddenly sinister, full of imagined movement and threat in the corner of my eye. Every rustle of branches, every hoot of an owl, every skitter of unseen claws in the underbrush made me flinch and whirl, expecting a tall, furry silhouette to come bursting out of the black tangle of trunks. But I seemed truly alone now on this barren stretch of road, the creature left far behind in the back country. Small comfort, given I still had no idea how many miles lay between me and the nearest outpost of civilization, or what other dangers I might encounter in the long, cold night ahead. The nearly full moon rose as I walked, casting weak light and long shadows through the skeletal branches. The silvery illumination only served to make the forest more eerie, more alien and hostile. I felt keenly my aloneness, my fragility out here in the vast, uncaring wild. A solitary little figure, trudging defiantly through a landscape that could swallow me without a trace. Time took on a surreal quality as I hiked, exhaustion and adrenaline and residual shock warping each minute into a small eternity. The night was a void, featureless and unending. Tree trunks strobed by in the moonlight. Gravel crunched, breath puffed. No way to mark progress, just the black road unspooling forever into the greater blackness of the mountains. At some point it occurred to me that I didn't actually know if I was heading toward help and humanity, or just deeper into trackless wilderness. My mental map of the area was hazy at best, and my earlier panicked flight had completely disoriented me. For all I knew, I could be walking away from the nearest ranger station or road, away from any chance of rescue. But I had no choice but to keep putting one foot in front of the other, to simply endure, to hope that each step brought me closer to light and people, and an end to this nightmare hike. The cold seeped into my bones, stiffening my joints and numbing my face and fingers. A relentless wind hissed in the trees and knifed straight through my inadequate jacket. I began to shiver uncontrollably, my muscles burning with the constant tremors. A deep, grinding fatigue bore down on me, the adrenaline that had sustained my flight finally wearing off. When I stumbled over a pothole and nearly pitched face first onto the asphalt, I realized I couldn't keep this up all night. Sooner or later I would collapse from cold and exhaustion. I had to get off my feet for a while, had to rest and try to warm up, just for an hour or two. It was a risk, especially unarmed and exposed, but I was no good to myself, dead of hypothermia by morning. Grudgingly, hating every step that took me off the road and into the tree line, I made my way into the forest until I found a small clearing. Gathering an armload of dry leaves and pine needles, I piled them into the hollow of a fallen log, praying the meager insulation would help trap some of my body heat. I hunkered down into my makeshift nest, tucking my knees to my chest and burying my hands in my armpits to warm my numb fingers. I was still shivering violently, my teeth chattering so hard my jaw ached, but curling up tight conserved at least a little more heat. I pulled dead leaves and pine boughs over myself like a blanket as an extra shield against the cutting wind. Warmer now, but by no means warm, I tried to relax into the least uncomfortable position possible within the log. Every muscle ached fiercely, every joint protested. The log felt like the hardest bed I'd ever slept on, and my stomach growled angrily at its emptiness. But despite the cold, pain, and hunger, exhaustion inexorably pulled me towards unconsciousness. I fought it for a bit, trying to keep my senses sharp to any danger, any sound of approaching threat. But my fatigue was a rising tide, and I could only resist for so long. As my eyelids grew heavier and heavier, I found myself thinking of the Bigfoot. Where was it now? Was it hunting me still, following my trail with some uncanny primate sense of smell? Or had it retreated deep into the untouched wilderness to lick its wounds and nurse its fury at my escape? Part of me wanted nothing more than to put the creature far out of my mind, to forget those terrifyingly human eyes and the shocking speed and power of its pursuit. But another part was darkly fascinated, reeling at the world-shaking revelation I now carried. A new species, uncatalogued by science, roaming the same continent as millions of humans and yet unproven for centuries. How was that possible? What exactly was it? How many were there? Sleep finally overtook me. dragging me down into a restless doze haunted by shaggy silhouettes that raced between dark trees and snatched at me with clawed hands. I startled awake over and over, heart slamming against my ribs, sure I'd heard the snap of twigs and glimpsed a huge shape moving in the shadows. But the forest remained still around me, watchful and secretive. I had uncovered a piece of its secret today, a truth that was never supposed to see the light. I had looked into the intelligent, ancient eyes of an impossibility made flesh, and I couldn't escape the feeling that, one way or another, there would be a price to pay for that forbidden knowledge. The night still held many hours of darkness, many miles of wilderness to traverse, and I knew, deep in my shivering bones, that my encounter, my survival, had been no fluke of chance. There was some grim purpose at work here, some larger design that had spared my life when by all odds I should have died today under the creature's claws. I had looked into the face of legend, and I was sure my ordeal was far from over. I woke with a startled jerk, momentarily confused by the pale gray light filtering down through the skeletal branches. For a second I didn't know where I was. Then the events of the previous day came crashing back, and I groaned. Every muscle screamed in protest as I unfolded myself stiffly from the hollow of the log, pine needles and leaf detritus raining off me. It was cold, but not as bitingly frigid as last night. The eastern sky held the colorless glow of pre-dawn tree trunks and boulders slowly resolving out of the gloom. A heavy mist crept between the dark verticals of the trees, swirling eerily in the breathless calm. I allowed myself a moment of raw relief and gratitude that I had survived the night. Despite my exhaustion, I had been sure I would snap awake with a scream at any moment to find myself in the grip of a huge hairy hand, or worse, that I simply wouldn't wake up at all, dragged off in the dark to a grisly fate while I slept. But dawn had come and I was still here, chilled to the bone, battered and hollow with hunger but alive, and I intended to stay that way. I ignored the protests of my aching body as best I could and staggered back to the road, resuming my dogged march in the same direction as last night. My breath plumed white in the misty air and my stomach cramped with hunger. But I made myself keep moving. I had to be close to a road or a trail junction or something by now, I told myself. Just a few more miles and I'd find a landmark, a hiker, a ranger truck, a miraculous cell signal. A few more miles and this nightmare would finally be over. The dawn slowly lightened the sky to silver, then pearl, then pale gold as I trudged onward down the empty road. Songbirds began to twitter from the trees, and somewhere high overhead a hawk screeched as it rode a thermal in lazy circles. Now and then I heard small rustlings in the dry leaves as rodents and other animals went about their morning routines. The forest was waking up, and I knew all too well now what else might be waking with it. My stomach turned queasily at the thought of the creature out there, either still hunting me or retreated to some unknown lair to nurse its rage. I shuddered to think what it might do if it picked up my trail again. The bear spray trick unlikely to work a second time. I had to stay alert, stay aware of my surroundings. So despite my desperate desire to simply put my head down and hike until I dropped, I made myself scan the trees and mud at the road shoulder for tracks, scat, any sign that the Bigfoot might have followed my path in the night. But I saw nothing save deer prints, raccoon tracks, the occasional unsettlingly large canine paw print that I told myself belonged to a coyote or feral dog. The golden sun finally hauled itself over the ridgeline, dappling the road with pure warm light that eased a little of the night's deep chill from my bones. But even the sun's rays couldn't entirely banish the eerie sense of being watched, of something out there in the seemingly innocent wilderness malevolently marking my progress. How far did the creature's territory extend? Miles? I had no way to know, and the uncertainty lent a palpable tension to every step. But as the sun climbed higher and my legs gobbled up more miles, the simple animal need of my body began to eclipse even the fear of the Bigfoot. Hiking burned a tremendous amount of calories, and I hadn't eaten since the handful of oatmeal I'd had for breakfast yesterday morning before my world turned upside down. I was actively dizzy with hunger now, each step requiring a monumental effort of will. I knew I couldn't go on much longer without food. I was probably badly dehydrated too, even the adrenaline of terror unable to completely override the demands of my cells for nourishment and water. If I didn't find people or a water source soon, that would kill me as surely as any cryptozoological monster. And then, around yet another bend in the endless road, a miracle, actual tire tracks in the dirt shoulder, and the distant but unmistakable rumble of an engine. Nearly weeping with relief, I began to jog toward the sound, waving my arms and hollering. It had to be a ranger truck or a forestry vehicle, my salvation in Ford form. But as I rounded the curve, the sight that greeted me drove the breath from my lungs as if I'd been punched. There, about a quarter-mile ahead where the road dead-ended into a small parking lot, was my truck. My truck, with branches wedged under the tires and the hood up, and hunched over the open engine compartment, huge hairy back and sloping head unmistakable, was the creature. It looked up as I stumbled to a halt, my shocked gasp loud in the morning hush, and its eyes squinting against the morning light, locked onto me with laser focus, eyes that held an unsettlingly keen intelligence and a disturbingly familiar glint. Because in that moment, I realized where I had seen those eyes before, in the mirror. Those eyes, set deep under heavy brows in that not-quite-human face, were my eyes. My great-grandfather, who my Navajo mother always said was different, but would never explain how. My great-grandfather, who disappeared one day in the mountains and was never seen again. My great-grandfather, whose high cheekbones and broad nose and inky hair I saw reflected now in the face of the creature 60 feet away. I stood paralyzed, the world tilting dizzyingly on its axis, as the Bigfoot, my ancestor, began to stride toward me. There was horribly familiar purpose in its gaze, something like grim resignation and an awful heavy knowledge. And I knew I hadn't survived our encounter by chance after all. I hadn't gotten away, not really, because it had let me go. It had let me go, and then expertly herded me here, to this place, cutting me off from the roads, wearing me down, forcing me to use up my bear spray, pushing me in the direction it wanted me to go all along. I hadn't been fleeing, I had been led. Led here, to my truck, to this dead end. To what end, I was about to find out, as the creature closed the distance between us with ground-eating strides. I remained rooted to the spot, no longer having the strength or will to run. It was clear now that there was nowhere to run to, because this, I realized, was what the creature had been patiently, inexorably maneuvering me towards all along. This reunion, this dark reckoning, this moment when I would come face to face with the inexplicable truth of my family history, the last secret of my ancestors, manifested in undeniable flesh and blood, a legacy of wildness, of primal mystery, lurking in my very genes, genes that had drawn me inexorably to the vast ancient forests of these mountains for reasons I could never quite articulate. Until now. I finally knew why I had really come out here, why some deep-buried part of me was unsurprised to encounter the Bigfoot, why some shameful splinter of my soul had recognized those two human eyes, even as my civilized brain screamed in denial. Because on some level, I had known it was here all along, known it was real, and that it was a part of me as surely as my heartbeat, known, in the most secret chambers of my heart, that one day I would have to face it. And now, as it loomed over me, its rancid breath heavy in my nostrils, I knew something else too. Knew it in my chilled and weary bones, an ancestral certainty, as old as these mountains. I was never meant to leave this forest. There would be no harrowing escape, no eventual return to the ranger station with proof and a world-shaking tale. There couldn't be, because I was the proof. I was the tale. Here is the completed story. The creature gazed down at me, and I gazed back, numb now to the fear and revulsion, to everything but a grim sense of inevitability, of a circle finally closing, a cycle as primal and powerful as the turning of the seasons. It reached out one huge humanoid hand. I didn't flinch, didn't try to pull away. There was no point. I understood now, with a dreadful sinking finality. This was why it had spared me, why it had let me go, only to lead me here. Not to kill me, but to claim me, to bring me into the fold at last, this prodigal descendant, to make me one with the wildness that had birthed legends and haunted humanity's dreams since our species first huddled in caves. I was the proof of Bigfoot, but I was also kin to Bigfoot, and there was a place for me, it seemed, in their shadowed world between myth and reality, a place I could no longer deny or run from. The huge hand closed around my wrist, the grip terribly strong but not painful, and with no more than that light touch, the creature turned and began walking into the trees, drawing me inexorably behind it, back into the deep forest and the primal dark. I did not resist. I couldn't. This, I knew now, was why I had come to these mountains in the first place, though I hadn't known it at the time. That ancient yearning, that nebulous dissatisfaction that had plagued me all my life, driving me from city to city, job to job, relationship to relationship, it had been leading me here, to this moment, this dark epiphany in the chill morning light. I belonged to the wilderness, to the ancient mystery of my ancestors. I always had. And now the wilderness, in the form of this huge shaggy creature, had come to take me home. I spared one last glance back at my truck, at the road I had stumbled down, at the world I was leaving behind, the world that would never know what had become of me, where I had gone or why, the world that would never believe the truth of what I had seen, what I was. And then I turned and let the creature lead me away, vanishing between the dark verticals of the trees like a ghost, like a myth made flesh, a legend going to ground once more. I left no tracks, no traces, and I knew as the forest closed around me with a cool green finality that it would keep my secret, would hold me close in its primeval embrace, one more mystery in a wilderness ancient and unknowable. I was going home. At long last I was going home. The creature gazed down at me, and I gazed back, numb now to the fear and revulsion, to everything but a grim sense of inevitability, of a circle finally closing, a cycle as primal and powerful as the turning of the seasons. It reached out one huge, humanoid hand. I didn't flinch, didn't try to pull away. There was no point. I understood now, with a dreadful sinking finality. This was why it had spared me, why it had let me go, only to lead me here. Not to kill me, but to claim me, to bring me into the fold at last. This prodigal descendant, to make me one with the wildness that had birthed legends and haunted humanity's dreams since our species first huddled in caves. I was the proof of Bigfoot. But I was also kin to Bigfoot, and there was a place for me, it seemed, in their shadowed world between myth and reality, a place I could no longer deny or run from. The huge hand closed around my wrist, the grip terribly strong but not painful, and with no more than that light touch, the creature turned and began walking into the trees, drawing me inexorably behind it, back into the deep forest and the primal dark. I did not resist. I couldn't. This, I knew now, was why I had come to these mountains in the first place, though I hadn't known it at the time. That ancient yearning, that nebulous dissatisfaction that had plagued me all my life, driving me from city to city, job to job, relationship to relationship, it had been leading me here, to this moment, this dark epiphany in the chill morning light. I belonged to the wilderness, to the ancient mystery of my ancestors. I always had. And now the wilderness, in the form of this huge shaggy creature, had come to take me home. I spared one last glance back at my truck, at the road I had stumbled down, at the world I was leaving behind, the world that would never know what had become of me, where I had gone or why, the world that would never believe the truth of what I had seen, what I was. And then I turned and let the creature lead me away, vanishing between the dark verticals of the trees like a ghost, like a myth made flesh, a legend going to ground once more. I left no tracks, no traces, and I knew, as the forest closed around me with a cool green finality, that it would keep my secret, would hold me close in its primeval embrace, one more mystery in a wilderness ancient and unknowable. I was going home. At long last, I was going home. This happened 5 years ago, when I was 25 years old. I still remember every detail with a clarity that haunts me during sleepless nights. My two closest friends, Tyler and Brandon, had been planning this camping trip for months. We chose Cunningham State Park in Maryland, a place I'd visited countless times with my family throughout my childhood. Those early memories were filled with laughter, marshmallows over crackling fires, and the comforting embrace of nature. But this trip would forever change how I viewed those woods. We loaded Tyler's truck on a Thursday morning. The sky was overcast, heavy clouds promising rain that never came. Brandon brought his usual excessive amount of gear. He was always the over-preparer of our group. Tyler kept things minimal, just his tent, sleeping bag, and fishing rod. I fell somewhere in between, packing my reliable 5-person tent, cooking supplies, and my grandfather's old handgun. I'd brought it on every camping trip since I turned 21, though I'd never fired it outside a range. The drive took about 2 hours. We talked about work, relationships, the usual topics young men discuss when they have time away from their daily routines. Brandon mentioned the Maryland Goatmen legend at some point, retelling the story he'd read online about a half-man, half-goat creature that supposedly wandered these woods. Tyler and I laughed it off. We were educated adults, too old for campfire tales and folklore. How foolish that confidence seems now. We arrived at Cunningham around 2 p.m. The park was busier than I remembered, families setting up at the designated camping areas near the ranger station. But we weren't headed there. Tyler had discovered an old trail map that showed an abandoned campsite deep in the park's interior, a place that had been closed off years ago due to budget cuts. The path was barely visible, overgrown with vegetation, but we found it after about 20 minutes of searching. The hike in took nearly an hour. The forest grew denser as we walked, the canopy above blocking out more and more sunlight. Birds chirped initially, but their songs gradually faded until we walked in near silence, hearing only our boots crunching on dead leaves and our own breathing. Something about the quiet felt wrong, but I pushed the feeling aside. We reached the old campsite around 4 p.m. It was a small clearing, maybe 30 feet across, surrounded by towering oaks and maples. A stone fire pit sat in the center, filled with ancient ashes and debris. The ground was relatively flat, covered in pine needles and fallen leaves. Tyler immediately set about clearing a space for his small 2-person tent. Brandon and I positioned our larger 5-person tents on opposite sides of the clearing, creating a triangle around the fire pit. Setting up camp took longer than expected. The ground was harder than it looked, and we struggled to drive the tent stakes deep enough. By the time we finished, dusk had begun settling over the forest. The temperature dropped quickly once the sun disappeared. I started a fire using some dry wood we'd collected, and soon we had a decent blaze going. We cooked hot dogs and beans, drinking beers and swapping stories. Tyler told us about his disastrous date the previous weekend. Brandon complained about his boss. I mostly listened, enjoying the warmth of the fire and the comfort of friendship. But as darkness fully enveloped our campsite, I noticed something odd. There were no sounds, no crickets chirping, no owls hooting, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just silence, broken only by our voices and the crackling fire. "It's quiet," Brandon observed, echoing my thoughts. "Yeah," Tyler agreed, "too quiet." We laughed nervously at the cliché, but the observation lingered. Around 11 p.m. we decided to call it a night. I crawled into my tent, zipping it shut and arranging my sleeping bag. The darkness inside was absolute. I'd forgotten my flashlight by the fire pit, but I was too tired to retrieve it. I lay there listening to the silence. Minutes passed. Then I heard it, a soft scraping sound, like claws on bark. It came from somewhere beyond my tent, out in the forest. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The sound came again, closer this time. Then it stopped. I waited, my heart hammering against my ribs, but heard nothing else. Eventually exhaustion overtook fear, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. I woke to sunlight filtering through my tent's green fabric. My watch showed 7:30 a.m. I unzipped the tent and stepped out, stretching in the cool morning air. Tyler was already awake, rekindling the fire. Brandon emerged from his tent looking disheveled and groggy. "Sleep okay?" Tyler asked. I shrugged. "All right." "Did either of you hear anything weird last night?" They both shook their heads. Maybe I'd imagined it, or maybe it had been just an animal, a raccoon or deer. We made breakfast, simple scrambled eggs and coffee, then discussed our plans for the day. Brandon suggested we hike into the nearest town, grab some supplies and a real meal. We all agreed. The hike back to the truck took about 45 minutes. We drove into town, a small place called Thurmont, about 15 minutes from the park entrance. We spent the entire day there, eating at a local diner, browsing a small bookstore, and restocking our food supplies at a grocery store. It felt good to be around people, around civilization. The unease from the previous night faded in the warm afternoon sunshine. We grabbed dinner at the diner before heading back. The waitress, an older woman with gray hair and kind eyes, asked where we were staying. When we mentioned Cunningham, she paused. "Stay near the main campgrounds," she said quietly. "Don't go wandering too deep." "Why's that?" Tyler asked, smiling. She didn't smile back. "Just don't. Strange things happen in those woods." We thanked her and left, laughing about her ominous warning once we were outside. Small-town superstition, we agreed. But now I wish we'd listened. We arrived back at the campsite around 6 p.m. The forest seemed different somehow, though I couldn't articulate how. The same trees, the same clearing, but something felt off. Brandon noticed it too. I saw him glancing over his shoulder repeatedly as we unloaded supplies from our packs. We got a fire going as twilight descended. We'd bought steaks in town, and Tyler grilled them over the flames while Brandon and I prepared side dishes. The meat sizzled, and the aroma should have been appetizing, but I found I had little appetite. That pervading silence had returned, that absence of natural sound that made the forest feel dead. Around 8 p.m., Brandon stood up abruptly. "I need to take a leak," he announced, walking toward the tree line. He'd been gone maybe 30 seconds when we heard him scream. Tyler and I jumped to our feet as Brandon came sprinting back into the clearing, his face pale in the firelight. "What happened?" Tyler demanded. Brandon was breathing hard, his hands shaking. "There's something out there. I saw something watching me." "What do you mean, something?" I asked. "I don't know. A person, maybe, but the way it moved, it wasn't right." Tyler rolled his eyes. "Probably just a deer, man. You're being paranoid." But I'd seen Brandon's face. He wasn't joking. He wasn't exaggerating. He'd seen something that genuinely terrified him. Brandon retreated to his tent without another word. Tyler and I stayed by the fire for another hour, but the mood had soured. We kept glancing at the darkness beyond the firelight, seeing nothing but feeling watched. Finally, we agreed to turn in. I crawled into my tent and lay in my sleeping bag, my grandfather's handgun within reach. I'd never loaded it on a camping trip before, but I did that night, my fingers clumsy on the cold metal. The minutes stretched into hours. I must have dozed off eventually. I woke to a sound footsteps circling my tent. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I lay frozen, barely breathing. The steps stopped right outside my tent door. I could hear breathing, heavy and wet. Then whatever it was moved on, the footsteps fading. I didn't sleep again that night. Morning came as a relief. I emerged from my tent to find Tyler already up, looking haggard. "Did you hear something last night?" he asked immediately. I nodded. Footsteps. Something walking around the tents. Brandon joined us, equally exhausted. We compared notes and realized we'd all heard similar things. Footsteps, breathing, scratching sounds against fabric. None of us suggested leaving. Maybe it was pride, maybe stubbornness, but we all wanted to prove we weren't scared. We decided to spend the day hiking, to get away from the campsite and clear our heads. We packed light bags with water and snacks, and I tucked the handgun into my backpack. We chose a trail that circled around a nearby ridge, supposedly offering good views of the valley below. The hike started well enough. The morning sun broke through the canopy in places, creating beautiful shafts of light. But about an hour in, I began feeling it, that unmistakable sensation of being watched. I kept turning around expecting to see someone on the trail behind us, but we were alone. Tyler felt it too. "Something's following us," he muttered. We walked faster. The trail climbed steeply, and soon we were breathing hard from exertion and anxiety. Then Brandon stopped suddenly, pointing at something off the trail. "Look at that," he whispered. We approached carefully. There, carved into a large oak tree, were deep gouges, 4 parallel lines, each about an inch wide, cutting through the bark into the pale wood beneath. The marks were fresh, sap still oozing from the wounds. They were positioned about 7 feet high. "Bear," Tyler suggested weakly. "Bear claws don't leave marks like that," Brandon said. "Those look almost like fingers." We stood there, staring at those marks, and I felt my stomach turn. Whatever had made them was tall, taller than any man, and the depth of the gouges suggested incredible strength. We continued hiking, but now we were essentially running, desperate to complete the loop and get back to camp. The feeling of being watched intensified. Several times I heard branches snapping in the forest around us, but whenever I looked, I saw nothing. We made it back to camp around 4 p.m., exhausted and unnerved. None of us suggested leaving, though. It was as if we were under some spell, unable to make the rational choice to pack up and go home. As darkness fell, we built the fire higher than before, piling on logs until flames leapt several feet into the air. We sat close together, not talking much, just staring into the flames. Around 10 p.m. we agreed it was time to sleep, though none of us wanted to leave the comfort of the fire and the companionship of the group. I lay in my tent, the handgun in my hand this time, safety off. I listened to the silence, waiting. My watch showed 2:17 a.m. when I heard Tyler's tent unzip. "What the hell?" Tyler's voice came loud and startled. Then I heard it, a sound I'll never forget. It started as a low growl, rising quickly into a high-pitched screech that made my teeth ache. It was a sound no animal I knew could make, a sound that carried rage and hunger in equal measure. I grabbed my flashlight and burst from my tent, the handgun raised. Tyler stood outside his tent, frozen, staring at the tree line. Brandon emerged from his tent, and I shouted at him, "Get your shotgun, now!" He didn't question me, disappearing back into his tent. The screeching came again, closer, and then I saw movement in the shadows beyond the firelight. Something tall, hunched, covered in dark hair. It stepped into the edge of the light and I saw its face, or what passed for a face. The features were wrong, distorted, like someone had taken a human face and stretched it over an animal skull. Its eyes reflected the firelight, glowing yellow-green, and it was holding something, an axe, the blade catching the light. My hands were shaking as I aimed the gun. Brandon reappeared with his shotgun, and we both fired. The sounds were deafening in the quiet forest. The creature jerked back, and I don't know if we hit it, but it retreated into the darkness. "Run!" I screamed. We didn't bother with the tents or supplies. We just ran, crashing through the forest toward the trail we'd come in on. Behind us, I could hear it crashing through the underbrush, pursuing. The darkness was absolute, but we ran anyway, branches whipping our faces, roots trying to trip us. I've never run so hard in my life. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but terror kept me moving. Tyler was ahead of me, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Brandon was somewhere behind, and I could hear him gasping for breath. And behind him, growing closer, was the sound of something large moving through the forest at speed. The trail was barely visible in our flashlight beams. We slipped on loose rocks, nearly fell several times, but kept moving. I could hear the thing behind us, not just its footsteps, but its breathing. That wet, labored breathing I'd heard outside my tent the previous night. "Almost there," Tyler shouted. He was right. I could see the forest thinning ahead, could see the parking lot through the trees. We burst out of the forest and sprinted toward the truck. Tyler fumbled with his keys, dropping them once before finally getting the door open. We piled in, and he started the engine with shaking hands. As we pulled out of the parking spot, I looked back toward the forest. It stood there, at the edge of the tree line, watching us. In the truck's headlights, I got a better look. It was huge, at least 7 feet tall, covered in coarse dark hair. But its posture was wrong. The legs bent backward like an animal's, but the torso was almost human. It still held that axe. Then we were moving, speeding down the park road, leaving it behind. None of us spoke during the drive to the nearest police station. What would we say? How could we explain what we'd seen? The Thurmont police station was small, just 3 officers on duty. We burst in around 3 a.m., incoherent, disheveled, terrified. They must have thought we were drunk or on drugs. But we convinced them to send someone to check our campsite. 2 officers drove up there at dawn. They found our campsite destroyed, tents shredded, supplies scattered, our food torn apart. They also found blood, though they couldn't identify what kind. And they found tracks, large tracks that didn't quite match any known animal. The officers told us they'd heard screaming from deep in the forest while they were there, but they didn't investigate further. No bodies were found. Whatever that thing was, it had vanished into the forest. Tyler, Brandon, and I drove home that morning in silence. We didn't discuss what happened. We didn't try to rationalize it or explain it. We'd seen what we'd seen, and no amount of talking would change that. That was 5 years ago. I haven't been camping since, and I never will again. Tyler moved to California the following year. Brandon doesn't return my calls anymore. I think the experience broke something in him, just as it broke something in me. I still have nightmares several times a week. In them, I'm back in that tent, hearing those footsteps circle around me, hearing that wet breathing. Sometimes I dream I'm running through the forest again, but this time my legs won't work, and I can hear it getting closer and closer. I wake up screaming, covered in sweat, and it takes hours to calm down. I've researched the Maryland Goatman legend extensively since that night. Most accounts describe it as half man, half goat, but what I saw was something different, something worse. I've read reports of other encounters in Cunningham State Park, other people who've seen something in those woods and fled. The rational part of my brain wants to explain it away. Maybe it was a person in a costume, some psychopath who lived in the woods and terrorized campers. Maybe it was a bear standing on its hind legs, and our fear in the darkness made it seem like something worse. But I remember those eyes, that face, those backward-bending legs. I remember the intelligence I saw in its gaze as it watched us drive away. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's still out there, waiting in those woods for the next group of foolish campers who think they're too smart to believe in monsters. All I know is that Cunningham State Park holds something that shouldn't exist. Something that reminded 3 grown men that there are still things in this world we don't understand. Things that hunt in the darkness. I carry my grandfather's handgun everywhere now. I sleep with lights on. I avoid forests and wooded areas. My friends and family think I developed some kind of anxiety disorder, and maybe I did, but I know the truth. I saw something that night that changed me forever. Something that proved the world is stranger and more terrifying than we want to believe. God help anyone who encounters what we encountered in those woods, and may God protect them because nothing else will. I still wake up some nights convinced I hear that screech in the distance, convinced I can feel those eyes watching me through my bedroom window. People tell me it's trauma, that I need therapy, that time will heal these wounds, but 5 years later, I'm still haunted. I'm still terrified, and I'm still absolutely certain that somewhere in the forests of Maryland, something waits in the darkness watching for its next victims. That's my story. That's my warning. Stay out of the deep woods. Stay out of the forgotten places. And if you ever find yourself in Cunningham State Park, never ever stray from the designated campsites, because some places are forbidden for a reason, and some legends exist because there's truth hidden inside them. I was around the age of 18 when this happened, during the summer of 2017. It took place in my hometown in rural Oregon, Elkton. Not that the name matters much. You've probably never heard of it. The place has a population of less than 1,000 people and consists of a restaurant, a bar, a general store, a park, and a post office, all surrounded by scattered farmland that stretches for miles in every direction. Nothing bad ever happens there. Everyone knows each other, and folks don't even lock their doors at night. It's the kind of place where the biggest scandal is someone's dog getting loose and digging up a neighbor's garden. At that point in my life, I was pretty lazy. I didn't have a job, no car. I still lived with my mom in our small house at the edge of town, and I smoked way too much. Basically, in my own opinion, I was a certified loser going nowhere fast. My routine was predictable and pathetic. Sleep in until I felt like waking up, usually around noon or later. Then I'd get stoned and play video games for hours, losing myself in virtual worlds where I could actually accomplish something. Once I got bored with that, usually around 9 or 10 at night, I'd walk over to my buddy's house in town and we'd hang out for the rest of the night. We'd watch movies, play more games, talk about nothing important. I'd usually stay there until around 1 in the morning. For reference, I lived about 2 miles out of town, and my buddy lived right in the center, above his parents' hardware store. It was a bit of a hike, but it wasn't bad. In fact, it was probably the only real exercise I was getting at the time. The walk took me about 40 minutes if I kept a steady pace. I would just pop in my headphones, turn up the music loud enough to drown out my thoughts, and zone out until the walk was over. The road was completely deserted at that hour, just me and the occasional deer crossing the pavement. This happened during one of those nights when I was walking back home. It was a Tuesday, I remember that clearly now. Though at the time the days all blurred together. I was walking through town on the main road, which was really just a 2-lane highway that ran straight through Elkton. I had my headphones in and I was just vibing to some music while I made the 2-mile trek back home. As I approached the park, which sat right at the edge of the main part of town, I noticed a car sitting in the parking lot. It was a dark sedan, maybe blue or black, hard to tell under the dim glow of the single street lamp. The car's engine was off, but I could see someone sitting inside. It was weird at first because usually I never saw anyone else on these walks. The whole town would be completely dead during these hours. Even the bar closed at midnight. I shrugged it off at first. Maybe it was someone passing through who pulled over to check their phone or look at a map. Maybe it was someone taking a nap or dealing with car trouble. I tried to rationalize it, even though something about it felt wrong. The car looked too clean, too new for someone just passing through this forgotten corner of Oregon. Just off the road by the park, there's a trail that leads down to the Umpqua River. At the start of the trail, there's an old wooden bench that's been there since before I was born. As I approached the trail, maybe 20 feet away from it, some random guy abruptly appeared from the trailhead. He just materialized from the darkness like he'd been waiting there. This guy looked to be in his early 40s, judging by how he dressed and his facial features. He wore dark jeans, a plain dark jacket, and boots that looked heavy and deliberate. His hair was cut short, almost military style. One thing was immediately strange, though. He was wearing aviator sunglasses, and this was at 1 in the morning. Who wears sunglasses in the middle of the night? The man power walked in front of me with purpose, not casually strolling but moving with intent, and sat down on the bench. He positioned himself right in my path, impossible to ignore. The whole situation felt staged, rehearsed even. It looked like he was staring directly at me the whole time, his head tracking my movement despite those dark glasses hiding his eyes. I couldn't see where he was looking, which made it even more unsettling. I was freaked out at first, my mind screaming that something was wrong, but I stupidly shrugged it off. This is Elkton, I told myself. Nothing happens here. He's probably just some local I don't recognize, out for a late-night walk. But even as I thought it, I didn't believe it. I knew most people in town, at least by sight. I started walking diagonally, creating distance so there would be several feet between us once I passed him. I could feel his attention on me, heavy and focused. As I passed him, I deliberately looked in his direction. He was still staring at me, his body turned on the bench to follow my progress. His mouth was a thin line, expressionless and cold. I took out one headphone, trying to appear casual and friendly, trying to convince myself this was normal. "How's it going?" I said, my voice coming out more uncertain than I intended. I think that was a terrible move. He did not reply. He didn't nod, didn't smile, didn't acknowledge the greeting at all. He just sat there, watching me through those absurd sunglasses, completely motionless except for his head tracking my movement. I just picked up the pace slightly, trying not to show fear, and focused on getting home. This guy gave me a deeply uncomfortable feeling, like ants crawling under my skin. So I left out that one headphone just so I could be aware of my surroundings. I needed to hear if anything changed, if he moved, if he followed. I got about a quarter mile down the road, past the last of the town's buildings and into the dark stretch where farmland took over, and decided to look back to see if he was still sitting there. The street lamp was a distant glow now, barely illuminating anything. He wasn't on the bench anymore because he was now walking behind me, maybe 100 yards back, but closing the distance with each step. He was following me, basically, and he was definitely closing the distance, his pace faster than any casual walk. I swear my heart felt like it stopped for a moment, then started hammering so hard I could hear it over the music still playing in my one earbud. I yanked the headphone out completely. I remember thinking, trying to rationalize, trying to make it make sense. No way is he following me, really. Maybe he lives up this way, but that had to be his car at the park. So why is he going on foot? Why not drive? Why leave his car there? All these questions were flying through my mind, each one making less sense than the last, my thoughts racing and fragmented. I forced myself to look back again, trying to be subtle about it. Just a glance over my shoulder. He was even closer now, maybe 70 yards, walking at a much faster pace than before. He wasn't even trying to hide it anymore. His arms swung with purpose, his stride long and determined. He knew I'd seen him, and he didn't care. Fight or flight kicked in like a switch being flipped in my brain, and I went from a casual stroll to a dead sprint instantly. My legs pumped, my lungs burned, adrenaline flooding my system. I looked back once more, terror making me check. He had matched my pace and was now sprinting at me, those heavy boots pounding the pavement, the gap between us still closing. For some reason, panic, instinct, stupidity, I decided to veer off the road, cutting through the forest that lined the highway. Maybe I thought I could lose him in the trees, use the darkness to my advantage. I sprinted over broken branches that snapped under my feet, through brush that tore at my clothes and scratched my face and arms. The forest floor was uneven, full of holes and roots that threatened to trip me with every step. I could hear him crashing through the forest behind me, not even trying to be quiet. He was like a machine, relentless, the sound of breaking branches and heavy footfalls getting closer. My lungs screamed for air, my legs burned, but pure terror kept me moving. I dove behind a massive bush, a dense thicket of something with thorns that bit into my skin as I pressed myself into it, and went completely quiet. I held my breath, trying not to gasp despite my body's desperate need for oxygen. I could hear him stomping through the forest, closer than I expected. He was maybe 20 feet away, moving slowly now, deliberately. Then suddenly, he went quiet as well. The silence was worse than the noise had been. I could hear my own heartbeat thudding in my ears, so loud I was sure he could hear it too. I think he was trying to pinpoint exactly where I was, listening for any sound that would give away my position. This lasted several minutes, though it felt like hours. Every second stretched out, every small sound magnified. I heard an owl somewhere in the distance. I heard something small scurrying through leaves. I heard the wind moving through the trees above. Then I heard him start to move again, slowly at first, then faster, heading back toward the park, back the way we'd come. I felt a rush of relief so intense it made me dizzy, thinking that he had given up. Maybe he'd lost interest. Maybe he'd decided I wasn't worth the effort. I still waited several more minutes, counting to 300 in my head before I was certain he was out of the forest and back toward town. Then I carefully, quietly as I could manage, cut back through to the road. Once I hit the pavement, I checked both ways, my head swiveling frantically, just to be completely sure he wasn't there. The road was empty in both directions. There was no sign of him anywhere, No figure standing on the road, no sound of footsteps, nothing. Then again, I could only see about 40 feet in either direction because I was no longer in the main part of town and there were no street lamps here. Beyond that circle of visibility was just impenetrable darkness. I was still relieved, though, because I was so certain that I'd lost him. I'd outrun him, outsmarted him, escaped. The fear began to fade, replaced by a kind of giddy, jittery energy. Adrenaline still coursed through me, but now it felt like victory rather than terror. So I just focused on getting back home, on reaching safety. I was only about a mile away at that point, maybe 15 minutes of walking. Eventually, my breathing returned to normal. Eventually, the shaking in my hands stopped. Eventually, stupidly, I put my headphones back in and started to relax again, not even fully processing what had just happened. My mind was trying to downplay it, trying to convince me it wasn't as bad as it had felt. Maybe he was just messing with me. Maybe it was some kind of prank. Maybe I'd overreacted. I turned the music up, letting it fill my head and push out the lingering fear. I fell back into that familiar zone-out state, just walking, just existing, trying to forget. The road stretched ahead of me, dark and empty and familiar. I knew every crack in this pavement, every dip and curve. I'd walked this route hundreds of times. I was safe now. I was almost home. Eventually, I noticed a light coming up behind me, growing brighter against the darkness. Headlights from a vehicle, moving slowly. My stomach dropped instantly, all that false security evaporating in a heartbeat. I was praying to God that it wasn't him, that it wasn't that dark sedan from the park. Please, I thought, let it be anyone else. Anyone. As it approached me, it slowed down even more, crawling along at maybe 5 miles per hour. I practically cringed as it pulled up next to me and came to a full stop, the engine idling. I didn't want to look. Every muscle in my body was tense, ready to run again, even though I was exhausted and didn't know if I could manage another sprint. I looked up, expecting to see that guy wielding a weapon, a knife, a gun, something, and demanding that I get into the car. I was already planning my next move, already looking for another escape route into the trees. Thankfully, it wasn't him. It was a pickup truck, and behind the wheel was a local guy around my age named Tyler. He was on his way home from a get-together at his girlfriend's place. "Oh, hey, what's up, dude?" I said, my voice shaky with relief, trying to sound casual and failing completely. "Nothing much, man. Do you need a ride home?" he asked, noticing something off about me. My face was scratched from the branches, my clothes were dirty, and I was probably pale as death. But I was stupid. I was so convinced I'd escaped, so certain I'd lost the guy, that I replied, "Nah, dude, it's all good. I'm almost home. Thanks, though." I could then see a worried expression cross Tyler's face as he cut me off mid-sentence and said, "Are you sure, man? You know there's someone following you, right?" His voice was urgent, concerned, confused about why I wasn't reacting. I immediately looked down the road behind me, following his gaze. There he was, the same guy, those same aviator sunglasses reflecting Tyler's taillights, creating 2 small points of red light where his eyes should be. He was closer than ever before, maybe 30 feet away, and still walking toward us with that same determined pace. I could now clearly see something in his hands, something long and metallic that reflected light from the truck, something that looked like it could do serious damage. Turns out I had never lost him, not in the forest, not on the road. He'd been following me this entire time, tracking me, hunting me, searching for me with patience and purpose. I was completely oblivious, and I'd even put my headphones back in, essentially blinding myself to the danger. He'd been right there, staying just far enough back that I wouldn't notice in the darkness, but close enough that he never lost sight of me. I looked back at Tyler, and I didn't even say anything. Words wouldn't come. I just scrambled into the truck, yanking the door open and throwing myself inside, slamming it behind me. Tyler didn't wait for an explanation. He hit the gas and we sped away. I turned around in my seat, looking out the back window. The man had stopped walking. He just stood there in the middle of the road, watching us drive away, still holding that metallic object at his side. I didn't say a word during the ride. I couldn't speak. My throat felt closed up, My hands were shaking again, and I couldn't stop thinking about how stupid I'd been, how close I'd come. What would have happened if Tyler hadn't driven by exactly when he did? The timing was impossibly fortunate, 5 minutes earlier or later, and he would have missed me. We soon pulled into my driveway, and I was never happier to see my house. The porch light was on, the windows were dark. My mom was asleep inside, completely unaware of what had almost happened. As I was getting out of the truck, Tyler looked at me seriously and said, "Dude, I probably just saved your life tonight." He wasn't joking this time. His voice was shaken too. He couldn't have been closer to the truth. The older I get, the scarier this experience becomes. What were the man's intentions? Was he going to try to kill me? Abduct me? Rob me? Something worse? Why was he in Elkton, Oregon of all places, a town you can barely find on a map? What was he doing down by that river trail at 1 in the morning? Was I his target specifically? Or was I just convenient, just unlucky? I'm glad I never found out. I stopped staying at my buddy's house so late after this experience. When I did go out at night, I made sure someone was driving me, or I left much earlier. I always kept one earbud out so I could be aware of my surroundings. I started looking over my shoulder constantly, checking parked cars, noting anyone who seemed out of place. I became paranoid, but maybe that paranoia kept me alive. No matter how much you think you know an area, or how safe you think it is, you should always be prepared for anything to happen. Evil doesn't announce itself. It doesn't only exist in big cities or dangerous neighborhoods. There are truly evil people and insane people in this world, and they can show up anywhere, even in towns with populations under 1,000 where everyone supposedly knows everyone. They can be wearing aviator sunglasses at 1 in the morning. They can be patient. They can be persistent. That man knew what he was doing. He'd done this before. I'm certain of it now. The way he appeared from the trail exactly as I passed, the way he followed at just the right distance, the way he tracked me through the forest, the way he found me again on the road. This wasn't random. This wasn't spontaneous. This was practiced. I think about him sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep. I wonder if he's still out there, in some other small town, watching someone else from a bench, following them home. I wonder if someone else has been as lucky as I was, or if they weren't. I think about that metallic object in his hands, and I'm grateful I never found out what he planned to do with it. Stay safe out there, everyone. Trust your instincts. When something feels wrong, it usually is. And when you're walking alone at night, even in the safest place you know, remember that safety is sometimes just an illusion. It only takes one person with bad intentions to shatter that illusion completely. I was 18 and invincible until I wasn't. I was lazy and careless until that night taught me otherwise. Now I'm older, maybe wiser, definitely more careful, but I still think about Elkton, about that dark road, about those aviator sunglasses reflecting red light, and I remember how thin the line is between a routine walk home and never making it home at all. Before this, I didn't believe in Dogman or most cryptids beyond Bigfoot and, since I'm in Australia, yowies. But even yowies weren't on my radar. I assumed if they were real, they'd be further north. I live in a heavily forested area in Victoria, near the Yarra Valley. My property backs onto the Yarra Ranges National Park, which is massive if you look it up. My name is David Mitchell. I've lived on this property for 15 years with my daughter Emily, who's now 12. Her mother left when Emily was 4, unable to cope with the isolation of rural life. I chose this place specifically for that isolation. 40 acres of partially cleared land surrounded by dense Australian bush, with views of the Yarra Valley and direct access to the national park. I worked from home as a technical writer, which allowed me to balance my career with raising Emily. I've always considered myself a rational person. Sure, I enjoyed the occasional documentary about unexplained phenomena, but I approached them with healthy skepticism. Cryptids were interesting stories, nothing more. If pressed, I might have admitted that something like Bigfoot could potentially exist in the vast unexplored regions of North America. or that yoes might roam the dense forests of Queensland or New South Wales. But here, in Victoria, no way. That certainty began to unravel on a cool autumn evening in April. The day had been unusually warm, and I decided to take a walk around the property before sunset. Emily was at a friend's house for a sleepover, so I had the evening to myself. I followed my usual path, a roughly circular route that took me along the edge of our cleared land before dipping briefly into the forest at the back of the property. The sun was just beginning to set when I reached the forest edge. Long shadows stretched across the ground, and the calls of native birds preparing to roost filled the air. It was peaceful, familiar. I'd walked this same route hundreds of times over the years. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a bright flash above the trees to my right, then another to my left. It felt like something was playing with me. I stopped, confused. The flashes were too bright to be birds or insects, too quick and localized to be lightning. Perhaps someone hiking in the national park with a powerful flashlight? But the angle was wrong. These lights had appeared above the canopy. I looked down, waited, and snapped my head up. And there it was, a huge basketball-sized flash right in front of me. It hovered for a split second, long enough for me to register its perfect spherical shape and brilliant white-blue color before vanishing. I stood frozen, heart racing. I had no clue what it was. Maybe a UFO? I'd never believed in those either, but I couldn't explain what I'd just seen. The forest had gone eerily silent. No bird calls, no rustling leaves, despite the light breeze I could feel on my skin. The hairs on my arms stood up and I suddenly felt watched. I scanned the tree line but saw nothing unusual. Still, the feeling persisted, a crawling sensation across my skin that made me want to retreat to the safety of my house. Instead, I forced myself to complete my walk, though at a much quicker pace than usual. By the time I reached the house, darkness had fallen completely, and I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. I spent the rest of the evening researching ball lightning and similar phenomena, but nothing quite matched what I'd seen. The next night, after Emily had returned home and gone to bed, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to return to the same spot, flashlight in hand, to see if the lights would appear again. I told myself I was being scientific, gathering more data to help explain the previous night's anomaly. And before I even got there, I was hit with overwhelming dread. It wasn't just fear. It was primal terror that froze me in place, like someone was coming at me with a knife. My chest tightened, my breath came in short gasps, and my vision narrowed. A voice in my head said, "Run," and I bolted faster than ever. I didn't consciously decide to move. My body simply reacted, propelling me back toward the house at a full sprint. I burst through the back door, slamming it shut and leaning against it, trembling and gasping for breath. I felt sick afterward. My stomach churned, and I barely made it to the bathroom before vomiting. Once the nausea passed, I sat on the bathroom floor, trying to make sense of what had happened. I hadn't seen anything threatening, hadn't heard anything unusual, but the feeling, that absolute certainty that I was in mortal danger, had been overwhelming. Sleep eluded me that night. I checked on Emily several times, irrationally afraid that whatever had terrified me in the forest might somehow threaten her. By morning, exhausted and jittery from too much coffee, I'd convinced myself that I must have had some kind of panic attack. Perhaps the stress of work deadlines, single parenthood, and isolation was finally catching up to me. But deep down, I knew it was something more. Something had wanted me to run. Something had warned me away. After that, I needed answers. I started researching local legends, indigenous stories about the area, and reports of unusual phenomena in the Yar Ranges. Most of what I found was fairly benign. Occasional reports of strange lights that were usually attributed to car headlights reflecting off fog, or unusual sounds that could be explained by known animals. But buried in forums and local history books, I found scattered references to hairy men in the mountains, stories that predated European settlement and continued in hushed conversations among longtime residents. I began paying closer attention to my surroundings. I started noticing classic Yowie signs that I'd previously overlooked or dismissed. stick structures too deliberate to be random, whooping sounds at dusk that didn't match any known bird call, loud bipedal footsteps moving through the forest at night, snapped trees that couldn't have been broken by wind alone, and saplings twisted or jammed into the ground in patterns that seemed to mark territory. The more I noticed, the more frequent the signs became. Or perhaps they had always been there, and I was only now seeing them with new eyes. Either way, I realized they knew I was aware of them. So I started taking pictures of everything. The stick structures, the twisted saplings, the unusual tracks I occasionally found at the forest edge. I compiled them in a folder on my computer, occasionally comparing them to photos on Yowie research websites. The similarities were undeniable, but after a few weeks of documentation, I backed off, worried I'd make them mad. I'd read enough accounts to know that these creatures, if they existed, valued their privacy. The last thing I wanted was to provoke them, especially with Emily in the house. I resolved to be more respectful, to observe without intrusion. I still walked the property but avoided venturing deep into the forest. I stopped taking photographs. I tried to convince myself that I could coexist peacefully with whatever was out there, as long as I kept my distance. That uneasy truce might have held if not for what happened next. It was a clear night in late May when I saw a silent light fly overhead. I was sitting on the back porch, nursing a beer and staring at the stars, when movement caught my eye. At first I thought it was a satellite, a moving point of light traveling steadily across the sky. But as I watched, it changed direction, making a sharp turn that no satellite or conventional aircraft could manage. It wasn't a plane. No sound, no blinking lights, and it wasn't on any flight path I'd checked. I'd become somewhat obsessed with tracking flight paths after the first strange lights, downloading apps that showed all registered air traffic. This light was something else entirely. The light flew toward the same area where I'd seen the flashes and seemed to land. I watched, transfixed, as it descended slowly into the forest about a kilometer from my property line. It hovered just above the treetops for several minutes, pulsing gently. Then another light joined it, rising from a different part of the forest to meet the first. They circled each other in what almost looked like a dance, before both disappeared simultaneously. That night, I heard more strange sounds, a weird owl hoot I'd never heard before, repeated at precise 30-second intervals for nearly an hour, crackling branches, and heavy footsteps moving around the perimeter of my property, and once, a low guttural growl that made my skin crawl. I closed all my blinds, freaking out but trying to remain calm for Emily's sake. She'd noticed my growing anxiety over the past weeks and had started asking questions I couldn't answer. How could I tell my 12-year-old daughter that I suspected we were being watched by creatures that most people believed were myths? The next morning, I made a decision. If these Yowies were real, and if they were on or near my property, I needed to establish some kind of peaceful relationship with them. Antagonizing them clearly wasn't an option. They were in their territory long before I arrived. But perhaps there was a way to communicate, to let them know I meant no harm. Wanting to make peace, I read up on Yowies and similar creatures from around the world. Many accounts suggested they were intelligent, curious beings that occasionally interacted with humans in non-threatening ways. Some researchers even claim to have established long-term, peaceful relationships with them through respect and regular offerings. So I walked the property, talking out loud and leaving fruit as an offering, which I later learned is a bad idea, apparently. I felt ridiculous at first, speaking to the empty forest as if having a conversation with an invisible friend. I explained that Emily and I meant no harm, that we respected their territory and would keep their presence secret. I left apples, oranges, and bananas at the edge of the forest, placing them carefully on a flat rock that seemed to mark the boundary between my cleared land and their domain. The fruit disappeared overnight. It could have been taken by any number of nocturnal animals I knew, but something about the way it vanished, with no scattered cores or peels, no evidence of messy eating, suggested something more deliberate. I continued this practice for several days, always speaking aloud before leaving the offerings, always checking the previous day's spot to find it emptied. On the fifth day, As I placed a particularly large apple on the rock, I heard a strange sound from the forest. Not quite a word, not quite a thought, but something in between. "Hello, human." I froze, looking around wildly. There was no one visible, no movement in the trees. The voice hadn't come from outside me, but from within my own mind, a foreign thought that had somehow inserted itself among my own. Something I later found out is called mind speak. I stood perfectly still, heart pounding, trying to decide if I'd imagined it. Then it came again, clearer this time. "We warned you to run." The voice, if you could call it that, was difficult to describe. It wasn't male or female, young or old. It felt ancient and wild, like the forest itself had found a way to communicate. The words weren't heard so much as felt, impressions rather than sounds. "Who are you?" I whispered, feeling both terrified and exhilarated. A series of images flashed through my mind. Tall, hairy figures moving through the forest. A young one climbing a tree with impossible speed. A group gathered around a structure made of broken branches. Then words again. "You know us. Yowie, old ones." "Did you make the lights?" I asked, my voice shaking. The response came with a sense of negation, followed by a warning feeling. The flashing lights were connected to a creature they called Pigface. I don't know if that's a nickname or if it literally looked like a pig, but it was unsettling. The impression I got was of something different from the Yowies, something they themselves avoided. Pigface comes with lights. Not like us. Dangerous. I wanted to ask more, but the presence in my mind was already fading, like a radio signal growing weaker. I called out again but received no response. The forest had gone quiet again. The only sound the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. I had a few more vague conversations with the Yowie voice over the following weeks. It wasn't always clear, but I could make sense of it. The communications were brief and often cryptic, composed more of impressions and emotions than actual words. I gathered that there was a small group of them living in the national park, that they had been there for generations, and that they were generally wary of humans but not hostile. They seemed particularly concerned about Pigface and the lights, warning me repeatedly to avoid certain areas of the forest at night. I got the impression that these creatures, or this creature, was a newcomer to the area and unwelcome from the Yowies' perspective. My encounters remained purely telepathic until one remarkable afternoon in early June. Emily and I were collecting firewood near the edge of our property. The winter chill had set in, and we were stocking up for the season. Emily had wandered a little way into the trees, still within sight but far enough that I called out a warning not to go deeper into the forest. That's when I saw it. A young one that was about 4 feet tall and looked like a gorilla, but with features that were distinctly not ape-like. A flatter face, more human-like eyes, longer limbs. It moved between 2 large eucalyptus trees, watching Emily with what seemed like curiosity. It ran incredibly fast, then turned translucent and vanished. At the same time, my daughter shouted, "Dad, I saw a monkey." She ran back to me, eyes wide with excitement. She described the same thing I had seen. It was like a little gorilla, but it ran so fast. Then it just disappeared. I knelt down to her level. "It wasn't a monkey, Em. It was a Yowie." "A what?" "A Yowie. They're like Australian Bigfoot. They live in the forests." Her eyes grew even wider. "Real monsters?" "Not monsters," I corrected quickly. "Just different creatures. They're shy and don't want to hurt us." Far from being frightened, Emily was thrilled. She bombarded me with questions about the Yowies, most of which I couldn't answer with any certainty. I told her what I knew, what I'd read, and a little about my own experiences, careful to frame it all in a way that wouldn't frighten her. "Have you seen them before?" she asked. I hesitated, then nodded. "I think they've been watching us for a while. I've been talking to them in a way." "Can I talk to them too?" "Maybe, but they're very shy. We have to be respectful and patient." Since then, I've felt a connection with that young one, though I've only seen it that one time. It's cheeky, and there are too many little stories to tell right now. Emily named it Blink because of the way it had vanished, and she often left small gifts at the edge of the forest. Pretty stones, flowers, once a drawing she'd made of what she thought it looked like. Sometimes, these gifts would disappear and be replaced with other items. An unusually shaped piece of bark, a perfect feather, once a small carved wooden figure that looked ancient. I never saw these exchanges happen, but Emily was convinced they were from Blink, and I had no reason to doubt her. Our life settled into a new pattern. We talked about the Yowies openly between ourselves, but agreed it would be our secret from the outside world. Emily seemed to adapt to the idea far more easily than I had, accepting the presence of these creatures with the flexible mindset of childhood. For her, they were simply interesting neighbors who happened not to be human. I, on the other hand, still struggled with reconciling their existence with my previously held worldview. If Yowies were real, what else might be out there in the forests and mountains? What other creatures might exist beyond the boundaries of conventional knowledge? I would soon find out, in ways I never could have anticipated. The Dogman encounter started when I noticed strange tracks alongside the Yowie prints. I'd become adept at identifying the latter, large humanoid footprints with 5 toes but proportioned differently from human feet, with a wider ball and narrower heel. The new tracks were something else entirely. They appeared one morning after a light rain, pressed into the mud at the forest edge. At first glance, they resembled dog prints, but they were enormous, easily 8 inches across, and had an unusual structure. The front 2 toes extended further than a normal canid track, and there was something about the depth and spacing that suggested the creature walked upright, at least part of the time. Something that looked like a mix between a dog and a kangaroo, but much larger. I photographed them alongside a ruler for scale, then spent hours researching online, trying to identify any known animal that might leave such marks. Nothing matched. I didn't think much of them until one day, while trying to mind speak with the Yowies, I was hit with a horrifying mental image of a deformed dog-like creature. It stood upright on powerful hind legs, its front limbs hanging like arms rather than forelegs. Its face was a nightmarish blend of wolf and something almost human, intelligent eyes set in a long muzzle filled with gleaming teeth. Its body was covered in dark fur, and its proportions were all wrong, too large and too muscular for any canine species I knew. It was a nasty experience. The image came with overwhelming emotions: fear, warning, danger. I broke off the mental connection immediately, gasping and shaking. It took me several minutes to calm down enough to think rationally again. I looked into it and started researching Dogman. To my surprise, there was a substantial body of literature on these creatures, less well known than Bigfoot or werewolf legends, but documented across multiple continents and cultures. They were consistently described as upright, wolf-like beings of unusual intelligence and often hostile intent. The accounts varied in detail but shared common elements: glowing eyes, usually amber or red, a strong musky odor, the ability to move with supernatural speed, and in some cases, apparent telepathic abilities. Many witnesses reported feelings of overwhelming dread before sightings, similar to what I'd experienced on my second night of investigating the lights. That's when I began seeing glowing eyes in the bush, and felt this intense hatred directed at me. It started as glimpses, pinpoints of amber light between trees, visible for seconds before blinking out. Maybe the eyes were owls, but the feeling was terrifying. Each sighting came with a wave of malevolence, a sensation of being hunted that made my skin crawl and my heart race. I began limiting my outdoor activities to daylight hours. I installed additional security lights around the property and kept a baseball bat by the door. I worried constantly about Emily, insisting that she stay within sight of the house when playing outside and making sure all doors and windows were locked at night. When I tried communicating with the Yowies about this, they said one word: wolf. I panicked. The impression that accompanied the word was clear. These wolves were feared even by the Yowies, creatures who seemed to fear very little in the forest. Soon after, I started finding chewed-up dog toys and tennis balls scattered around the property. Despite not owning a dog, maybe it was the Yowies, I don't know, the toys were mangled, punctured by what must have been powerful jaws. The tennis balls were crushed completely, as if something had exerted enormous pressure on them. One day, I swear I heard heavy panting nearby as I was hanging laundry on the line. The sound came from just beyond the tree line, a deep rhythmic breathing that couldn't have come from any small animal. I abandoned the laundry and retreated inside, watching from the window as the branches at the forest edge swayed slightly, though there was no wind. I contacted a Yowie researcher I'd found online, a man named Neil who had spent decades documenting sightings throughout Australia. I sent him photographs of both sets of tracks and described my experiences, careful to express appropriate skepticism despite my growing certainty. His response came within hours, and we agreed to speak by phone the following day. When we did, his normally enthusiastic voice was somber. "What you're describing," he said after I'd recounted my experiences, "doesn't sound like typical Yowie behavior. The telepathic communication, yes, that's been reported by reliable witnesses, but the toys, the feeling of malevolence, that's something else. Could it be another type of creature?" I asked. "I've been reading about something called Dogman." There was a long pause. "Dogman sightings are rare in Australia," he finally said. "There have been reports in Queensland and the Northern Territory, but I'm not aware of any confirmed sightings in Victoria. But it's possible? It's not impossible. Look, I've been doing this for 30 years, and there are things in the bush that defy conventional explanation. If what you're experiencing matches Dogman accounts from elsewhere, I wouldn't dismiss it outright." He offered to visit and investigate further, but something held me back from accepting. A warning feeling, an intuition that bringing an outsider into this situation might escalate matters in ways I wasn't prepared to handle. At that point, I was too scared to walk to my car at night. Every noise felt like Dogman lurking. The creak of the house settling, the rustle of possums in the roof, the distant calls of nocturnal birds. I began sleeping poorly, waking at the slightest sound. Dark circles formed under my eyes and my temper shortened. Emily noticed, asking why I was so jumpy, why I kept checking the locks, why I insisted on driving her to the school bus stop rather than letting her walk the short distance as usual. I couldn't bring myself to tell her the full truth. I'd been open about the Yowies because they seemed, if not friendly, at least not actively threatening. This new presence was different, predatory, hostile, dangerous. I didn't want to terrify her, to make her afraid of the home and land she loved. So, I made excuses. I was tired from work. I was worried about feral dogs that had been reported in the area. I was just being extra cautious because of the approaching winter weather. She didn't believe me. I could see the doubt in her eyes, the concern. My 12-year-old was worrying about me rather than the other way around. It should have been a wake-up call, a reason to get grip on my growing paranoia. Instead, it made me more determined to resolve the situation, to eliminate the threat so we could return to our peaceful coexistence with the forest and its more benign inhabitants. I just didn't know how catastrophically that determination would backfire. The days grew shorter as winter tightened its grip on the Yar Valley. Darkness fell by 5 in the evening, stretching the hours I spent huddled inside, jumping at shadows and straining to identify the sources of sounds from the surrounding forest. Emily had gone to stay with her grandmother in Melbourne for a long weekend, a trip we'd planned months ago for a special exhibition at the Melbourne Museum. I'd considered canceling, even thought about accompanying her. But in the end, I decided she should go. My mother-in-law was the only other family we had, and their relationship was important. Besides, part of me felt Emily might be safer away from our property, at least until I figured out what was happening. So I found myself alone on a Friday night, the house eerily quiet without Emily's chatter and movement. I tried to work, to lose myself in technical documentation, but couldn't focus. Every few minutes my eyes would drift to the windows, expecting to see those amber pinpoints staring back at me. I made a simple dinner, more out of obligation than hunger, and ate it standing at the kitchen counter, back to the wall where I could see both the front and back doors. Afterward, exhausted from weeks of poor sleep and constant vigilance, I decided to go to bed early. Then one night I made the mistake of leaving my bedroom blinds open. My bedroom faced the back of the property, with a large window overlooking the yard and the forest beyond. I usually kept the blinds tightly closed after dark, but that night I'd been distracted by a phone call from Emily, excited about her day at the museum. Afterward, I'd fallen into bed without completing my usual security routine. I woke suddenly, unsure what had disturbed me. The digital clock on my bedside table read 2:17 a.m. The room was bathed in pale moonlight, and for a moment I lay still, blinking up at the ceiling, trying to identify what had pulled me from sleep. Then I heard it, a soft scraping sound outside my window. I turned my head slowly, and I saw it. A massive beast, right next to my window. I only got a glimpse of black fur about 2 to 3 inches long and part of its skin. Even in the moonlight I could make out the texture, unlike anything I'd seen, like monstrous detailed armor, scales or plates beneath the fur that shifted as the creature moved. Its face was partially obscured by the window frame, but I could see one eye, large, reflective, a deep amber that seemed to glow from within. The eye was fixed on me, unblinking, intelligent. There was recognition in that gaze, awareness. This wasn't an animal looking at me. It was a being, something that understood exactly what it was seeing and why it was there. I looked away quickly, remembering advice not to make eye contact with predators. I was paralyzed with fear, my breath frozen in my lungs, my body rigid beneath the covers. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to hide, but I couldn't move, couldn't even blink. The scraping sound came again, claws against the wooden siding of the house. Then a low rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the glass and into my bones. The creature shifted, and I caught another glimpse from the corner of my eye. Massive shoulders, easily a meter wide, covered in the same dark fur. It was huge, far larger than any dog or wolf I'd ever seen or imagined, for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. The creature remained at my window watching. I kept my eyes averted, my body still, afraid that any movement might provoke an attack. Finally, there was a soft thud, as if the creature had dropped to all fours, and the sound of heavy footsteps retreating across the yard. I lay frozen for at least another hour, afraid to move, afraid to look toward the window again. When I finally gathered the courage to rise, legs shaking and heart pounding, I approached the window cautiously and closed the blinds before turning on the light. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, the baseball bat across my knees, until dawn broke. When daylight finally came, I ventured outside to look for tracks or other evidence of the night visitor. There were deep gouges in the wooden siding beneath my window, as if something with powerful claws had gripped the house itself. The ground below showed large canine-like prints, the same ones I'd been finding on the property for weeks, but fresher and more defined. They led from the forest directly to my window, then circled the house completely before returning to the trees. It had been patrolling, I realized with a chill. Examining our home, learning our habits, perhaps looking for weaknesses in our defenses. A few days later, driven by a desperate hope that I might somehow appease the creature, I left some meat bones out as an offering and apologized aloud, hoping to end the ordeal. I placed the bones at the forest edge, far enough from the house that I wouldn't attract the creature closer, but visible enough that it would find them. The bones disappeared overnight. In their place was a small twisted piece of metal. I later realized it was the collar tag from a domestic dog. The name and contact information scratched away completely. A message, perhaps? A warning? I couldn't be sure, but the implication was disturbing. Soon after, I had another telepathic interaction, this one clear and direct, unlike the Yowie mind speak. It came as I was checking the windows before bed, 2 nights after leaving the bones. The pressure in my head was sudden and intense, like a migraine exploding behind my eyes. I staggered, gripping the kitchen counter to stay upright as words formed in my mind. It was from the dog man, or rather, a dog woman. The voice was unmistakably female, deep but with a feminine quality, resonant with power and age. Human. The word alone carried weight, pressing against my consciousness like a physical force. You are in my territory. I tried to respond mentally, to explain that I had lived here for years, that I meant no harm. But the pressure increased, cutting off my attempts at communication. "You have found my den. I have pups. You will stay away." An image flashed in my mind, a hollow beneath a rocky outcropping, lined with dry leaves and fur. Inside, 3 small forms huddled together, their eyes closed, their bodies covered in fine dark fuzz. Puppies, but not like any I'd ever seen. Even in this infant stage, there was something wrong about their proportions, something that hinted at the monstrous form they would grow into. She told me I had found her den. She had pups, and she was furious. Another image followed, me walking through the forest months earlier, passing unknowingly close to the den site. I had been documenting Yowie signs, taking photographs, unaware that I was being watched by eyes far more dangerous than those of the forest giants. She gave me an ultimatum. If I ever revealed their location, she would kill my daughter. The mental image that accompanied this threat was graphic and horrifying. Emily's small body, broken and bloodied. The telepathic pressure was like a vice on my head, squeezing until I could barely think through the pain. I was furious, outraged, conflicted, asked for other ways but had no choice. I projected thoughts of protest, of defiance, but they dissolved against the implacable wall of her will. She was stronger than me in this realm of mind-to-mind communication, far stronger. I could feel her rifling through my thoughts, examining my memories, learning everything about Emily and me. The pressure was too much, and only when I realized that I had no choice, I agreed. I would keep their existence secret. I would stay away from the den. I would ensure no one else ventured near it. The pressure vanished immediately, leaving me gasping and trembling, tears streaming down my face from the pain. I still feel ashamed by this, but strangely, I trusted her. She was protecting her young. In a way, she was pleading with me. Beneath the threats and the display of power, there was the desperate concern of a mother, the primal need to protect vulnerable offspring. It was a feeling I understood all too well. I kept my daughter close by me, though. When Emily returned from Melbourne, I rarely let her out of my sight. I drove her to and from the bus stop every day. I invented reasons why certain parts of our property were off limits. I installed a home security system with cameras covering every approach to the house. Emily chafed against these new restrictions, confused and frustrated by my overprotective behavior. I couldn't explain the real reason, couldn't tell her about the dog woman's threat, so our relationship suffered. We argued more frequently, her preteen independence clashing with my newfound paranoia. But I would accept her anger, her resentment, if it meant keeping her safe. The image the dog woman had planted in my mind, Emily, broken and dead, haunted my nightmares. I would do anything to prevent it from becoming reality. After that, I had a few more interactions with her via telepathy, I believe it was, so she could read my mind to see if I kept my promise. The first came about a week after our initial contact. Another sudden pressure in my head that arrived without warning as I was chopping firewood in the yard. "Human, you have kept your word." It wasn't a question but a statement. I could feel her presence sifting through my recent memories, checking to see if I'd spoken to anyone about her or the den, if I'd returned to the area where we'd had our first encounter. "Yes," I responded mentally, having learned somewhat how to project my thoughts in a way she could receive them. I promised. The small one asks questions. She meant Emily, I realized with a jolt of fear. Had she been watching us that closely? "I haven't told her about you," I assured quickly. "She knows about the Yowies, but not about your kind." There was a sensation like a grunt of acknowledgement. Neither approval nor disapproval, simply acceptance of the fact. "The fur people are no threat to my pups. You are." The fur people, that must be what she called the Yowies. The distinction was interesting, suggesting a relationship or at least awareness between the two species that I hadn't considered. "I'm not a threat," I projected, trying to convey sincerity. "I just want to live peacefully. This is my home too." The pressure increased slightly, a reminder of her power. "Your home is new. We have been here always." I didn't argue. What were my 15 years compared to what might be generations or centuries of habitation? Instead, I asked a question. Are there more like you? The pressure withdrew slightly, as if she was considering whether to answer. When it returned, it came with a complex mix of emotions, wariness, territorial defensiveness, but also something like loneliness. Not here, others, far. We are few. Before I could ask more, the connection broke, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the half-chopped pile of wood. She was cagey, and I got zero information on Dogman. I believe she and her family have moved on. Our mental contacts became less frequent over the following weeks. Each time she seemed to be checking that I had maintained my silence, that I posed no threat to her or her pups. I never initiated these communications. I wouldn't have known how. But I came to anticipate them, to recognize the distinctive pressure in my head that signaled her presence. The last contact came in late July, nearly 2 months after our first encounter. It was briefer than the others, just a touch of her consciousness against mine, and a few clear impressions rather than words. Her pups, larger now and more active. A journey, a new territory, a farewell that wasn't exactly gratitude but acknowledged our pact had been kept. I understood she was leaving, moving her family to a more remote area, perhaps deeper into the national park or beyond. The relief I felt was tempered by an odd sense of loss. Our relationship had been built on fear and threat, yet there had been something intimate about it too, a connection that transcended ordinary human experience. Since then, I felt more at ease in the bush. I walk with respect, staying mindful of where not to go. I still avoid the area where I believe her den was located, though I'm fairly certain it's empty now. Old habits and old promises die hard. The Yowies still seem active occasionally. I've seen red-eye shine and heard strange crashing sounds, tree breaks, tree twists, etc. But I believe the original ones I communicated with have left for winter and might return in summer. Our interactions have become less frequent but more comfortable, a peaceful coexistence based on mutual respect and territory. Emily noticed the change in me, the lifting of the oppressive fear that had gripped me for months. Our relationship began to heal as I relaxed the strict rules I'd imposed, allowing her more freedom to explore the property again. I still keep her away from certain areas, still maintain some precautions, but the desperate terror has subsided. I haven't told her about the dog woman or her pups. Perhaps someday when she's older, I might share that part of our story. For now, she's content with the Yowies, leaving occasional gifts for Blink and making up stories about their society and customs that might be more accurate than she realizes. Sometimes at night I still hear unusual sounds from the forest, howls that don't quite match any known animal, heavy footsteps moving with purpose through the underbrush. The forest has changed for me, transformed from a familiar backdrop to my life into a realm of mystery and possibility. I can never return to my former skepticism, my comfortable certainty that the world is fully known and cataloged. I know better now. There are shadows in the Yar ranges, beings that exist at the edges of human awareness, intelligence and awareness in forms we've relegated to myth and legend. They were here before us, and they'll likely remain long after we're gone. So, what do you think? Was it really a dog man, or was a Yowie messing with me, or something else? Was Pigface a dog man? The big difference I noticed was in how they communicated. To me, Yowie mind-speak feels broken and vague. While Dogman telepathy was sharp and intrusive, I even think Dogman could read my mind. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if any of it was real. If perhaps stress or isolation or some undiagnosed condition caused me to hallucinate, to build an elaborate mythology around natural phenomena and ordinary wildlife. It would be easier in many ways to believe that, to return to a world where the boundaries between known and unknown are clearly marked. But then I look at the photographs I've taken, the twisted saplings and inexplicable structures. I remember the feeling of those alien minds touching mine, so distinct and different from each other that I couldn't possibly have invented both. I recall the collar tag left in place of the bones, the claw marks on my house that no native animal could have made. And I know, this is real. They are real. I live differently now, more cautiously, more respectfully, but also more aware of the wonder that surrounds us. The forest is not just trees and animals and geological features. It's a complex ecosystem of intelligences, some similar to ours, some profoundly different. We've forgotten this, most of us, wrapped in our technological cocoons and urban certainties. But here, on the edge of the Yar Ranges, with the vast national park stretching into the distance, it's impossible to maintain that comfortable ignorance. They're out there, watching, living their own lives parallel to ours, occasionally intersecting in ways that challenge everything we think we know. And somewhere, deeper in the mountains perhaps, a dog woman raises her pups, teaching them to hunt, to survive, to avoid humans when possible, and dominate them when necessary. I hope our paths never cross again, but if they do, I'll remember our agreement, and I'll keep my promise. Some secrets are worth keeping, even from those we love most. The forest keeps its mysteries close. I've been privileged, or cursed, to glimpse a few of them. That knowledge can never be unlearned, the veil never replaced. All I can do now is live with this new awareness, this expanded understanding of what the world contains, and wonder, always, what else might be out there, watching from the shadows. A few months ago, I decided to spend a week solo in the forest, hoping to capture some rare wildlife shots. Maybe even catch a glimpse of the elusive wolves rumored to roam the more isolated parts of the park. The plan was simple: hike into the wilderness, set up camp, and wait, alone. Just me, my camera, and nature. I'm Aaron Marshall, a wildlife photographer with a penchant for remote places. I'd always been drawn to the dense, misty forests of the Pacific Northwest, places that few dared to explore, places where the old growth seemed to breathe. Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in southwest Washington was one of those places. When I mentioned it to a few of my buddies, they looked at me with raised eyebrows. "Solo, out there," they'd asked, shaking their heads. "That forest has seen some strange things." But I laughed it off. I wasn't one for ghost stories, and I'd spent enough time in the wild to know the difference between reality and fear-fueled legend. Photography has been my life for the past 15 years. I've trekked through the Amazon, camped on the African savanna, and waited in frigid Alaskan outposts for the perfect shot. My work has appeared in National Geographic, Wildlife Conservation, and a dozen other prestigious publications. But something was missing from my portfolio: the untamed spirit of the American wilderness, specifically the dense primeval forests of the Pacific Northwest. My editor at Wildlife Quarterly had commissioned a photo essay on the recovery of wolf populations in Washington state. It was the perfect excuse to finally explore Gifford-Pinchot. The forest spans 1.3 million acres of pristine wilderness, including the volcanic landscape around Mount St. Helens. Its remote corners harbor some of the last untouched old-growth forests in the country. "You sure about this, Aaron?" my editor Julia had asked when I outlined my solo expedition plan. "There are easier places to photograph wolves. Olympic National Park has documented packs and guides who can take you right to them." "That's the problem," I replied, zipping up my camera bag. "I don't want the easy shot everyone else has. I want something raw, something real. A wolf that hasn't been photographed 1,000 times before." Julia sighed, recognizing the stubborn determination that had earned me both accolades and a reputation for taking unnecessary risks. "Just keep your satellite phone charged," she said, "and check in daily. If I don't hear from you for 48 hours, I'm calling search and rescue." I nodded, though we both knew cell reception would be spotty at best in the depths of Gifford-Pinchot. 2 days later, I left the comfort of Portland behind, driving my weathered Subaru Outback north on I-5 before cutting east toward the forest. The busy highway gave way to winding mountain roads, then to gravel Forest Service routes. The transformation was gradual but profound, from the ordered world of human civilization to the chaotic beauty of wilderness. I parked at a remote trailhead, double-checking my GPS coordinates against the topographic map spread across my steering wheel. The plan was to hike 8 miles to a location where recent wolf activity had been reported by forest rangers. It was far enough from the usual hiking trails to avoid weekend warriors, but still accessible enough for a solo expedition. As I shouldered my heavy pack, loaded with camera equipment, camping gear, and a week's worth of provisions, a Forest Service ranger pulled up in a mud-splattered truck. He rolled down his window, eyeing my equipment. "Heading in alone?" he asked, his weathered face creased with concern. "That's the plan," I replied, adjusting my pack straps. "Not the best time to be solo in these parts," he said, glancing at the darkening sky. "We've had some strange reports lately. Hikers hearing unusual sounds, finding torn-up campsites." "Bears?" I asked, though I knew black bears rarely cause such destruction unless food had been improperly stored. The ranger hesitated. "Maybe. Just be careful out there, and make sure you're making plenty of noise on the trail." With that cryptic warning, he drove off, leaving me standing at the edge of the forest with an uncomfortable prickle at the back of my neck. I pushed the feeling aside. Rangers were trained to err on the side of caution. It was probably just their standard warning for solo hikers. The trail started gently enough, winding through sun-dappled fir and hemlock groves. The late afternoon light filtered through the canopy, creating patches of gold on the forest floor. I stopped occasionally to photograph interesting fungi or the play of light on moss-covered logs. But as I ventured deeper, the forest changed. The trees grew older, larger, their trunks massive columns supporting a cathedral-like ceiling of branches. Less sunlight penetrated here, and the forest floor was sparse, covered in a thick carpet of needles that muffled my footsteps. By the time dusk approached, I had covered about 6 miles. Mindful of the fading light, I began looking for a suitable campsite. A mile off the main trail, I found a small clearing surrounded by towering Douglas firs and western red cedars. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and moss. This was the wild, the kind of place that felt untouched by humanity. Primal and raw. It was perfect. I set up my tent efficiently, having performed the routine countless times before. With camp established, I used the remaining daylight to scout the surrounding area, noting game trails and potential spots for camera traps. Though I hadn't seen any direct signs of wolves, the forest felt alive with possibility. As darkness fell, I heated a simple meal of dehydrated stew on my small camp stove. The forest grew quiet around me, the daytime chorus of birds giving way to the occasional hoot of an owl and the rustle of nocturnal creatures beginning their nightly routines. I sat by my small fire, reviewing the day's photographs on my camera's LCD screen. Most were just preliminary shots, nothing special. The real work would begin tomorrow when I'd set up strategic blinds near game trails and water sources. Yet even as I focused on my practical tasks, I couldn't shake a growing unease. Something felt off about this forest. Perhaps it was the unusual density of the old growth. The way sound seemed to both carry and be absorbed in unpredictable ways. Or perhaps it was the ranger's warning playing on my mind. As I prepared for sleep, I caught myself scanning the tree line more often than usual, my headlamp probing the darkness beyond my campsite. There was nothing to see, just the silent sentinels of ancient trees standing watch. "Get it together, Aaron," I muttered to myself. "You've camped in places far more dangerous than this." I retreated to my tent, zipping the door closed with a finality that brought more psychological comfort than actual protection. I placed my satellite phone, headlamp, and hunting knife within easy reach before sliding into my sleeping bag. Sleep came slowly that first night. The forest was alive with small sounds, the creak of branches, the soft patter of nocturnal creatures, the distant call of an owl. Normal forest sounds, I told myself. Yet I couldn't escape the sensation that beyond these familiar noises, something else moved in the darkness, something watching, waiting. Just before I drifted off, I heard it, a sound that didn't belong, a heavy rustle in the underbrush too substantial for a raccoon or possum. Then silence, as if whatever made the noise had suddenly frozen in place. aware it had been detected. I lay perfectly still, straining my ears, but the sound didn't repeat. Eventually, exhaustion overtook vigilance, and I fell into a fitful sleep, dreaming of shadows moving between moonlit trees. The next morning dawned misty and cool, typical Pacific Northwest weather. I emerged from my tent feeling refreshed despite my restless night. The unease of the previous evening seemed foolish in the soft morning light that filtered through the canopy. After a quick breakfast of instant coffee and an energy bar, I set about the business of being a wildlife photographer. I scouted the area in expanding circles from my camp, looking for signs of animal activity, tracks, scat, fur caught on branches. About half a mile from camp, I found what I was looking for: wolf tracks pressed into the mud near a small stream. They were fresh, no more than a day old, the distinct pattern of a large canid, unmistakable to my experienced eye. I knelt to examine them more closely, measuring one with my palm. A good-sized wolf, probably male based on the track depth and stride length. My pulse quickened with excitement. This was why I had come. I spent the rest of the morning setting up camera traps along game trails and near the stream. These motion-activated cameras would capture images of any animals passing by, even when I wasn't present. It was a strategy that had served me well over the years, especially with elusive predators like wolves. By early afternoon, I had established 3 camera stations in a well-concealed blind near the stream. The blind, essentially a small tent made of camouflage material with strategic viewing slits, would allow me to wait unseen for hours, ready to photograph any wildlife that came to drink. I settled into the blind around 3 p.m., knowing that many animals became more active in the late afternoon. The narrow confines of the blind focused my attention through the camera lens, a meditative state I had cultivated over years of wildlife photography. Time passed differently in the blind. Hours compressed into moments of intense observation, punctuated by the quiet adjustments of camera settings. Nothing significant appeared that afternoon. A few squirrels, a cautious deer that approached the stream before darting away at some unseen alarm. As twilight descended, I packed up my equipment and made my way back to camp, planning to check the camera traps in the morning. The second night was when I first became certain that something was wrong in Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. I had just finished my dinner and was adding wood to my small campfire when the sensation hit me, a prickling awareness that raised the hair on my arms and neck. I was being watched, not in the casual way of forest creatures observing an intruder, but with focused, intelligent intent. Wildlife photographers develop a sixth sense about such things. We spend so much time observing animals that we begin to recognize when the tables have turned, when we have become the observed rather than the observer. This was different, though. More intense, more purposeful. I scanned the tree line slowly, methodically, my headlamp cutting a bright path through the darkness. Nothing reflected back at me, no eyeshine, no movement. Yet the feeling persisted, growing stronger until it was almost a physical pressure against my skin. "Hello," I called out, immediately feeling foolish. If it was a person, they would have announced themselves by now. If it was an animal, my voice would likely frighten it away. Nothing answered except the soft sigh of wind through the treetops. I added more wood to the fire, building it higher than I normally would. The extra light and heat brought comfort, though I knew it was largely psychological. Whatever was out there beyond the reach of my firelight wasn't deterred by flame. Sleep was elusive that night. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through my system. At one point around 2 a.m., according to my watch, I heard a soft, deliberate movement circling my campsite. Too careful to be the random wanderings of forest animals, too rhythmic to be the wind. I gripped my hunting knife, its presence more reassuring than practical. If this was a large predator, a bear or cougar, a 5-inch blade would do little good. And if it was something else, the thought remained unfinished as I forced myself to focus on rational explanations. Bears were common in these forests. So were mountain lions, though they rarely approached human campsites without the lure of improperly stored food, which I was careful to avoid. Eventually, the movement ceased, and exhaustion claimed me. I fell into a restless sleep filled with dreams of being stalked through endless forests by something I could never quite see. The next day, I checked my camera traps, hoping for evidence of wolves but secretly anxious about what else might have triggered the sensors. The first two cameras showed nothing remarkable. A few deer, a fox, the usual forest inhabitants. But the third camera, the one positioned furthest from my camp, had captured something unusual. The timestamp showed 3:17 a.m. The image was mostly dark, but at the edge of the frame, partially illuminated by the camera's infrared flash, was a large shape moving between trees. It was blurred, suggesting rapid movement, but the outline was unmistakably that of a large animal. Yet something about the proportions seemed off, the torso too upright, the head shape wrong for any animal native to these woods. I stared at the image for a long time, zooming in, adjusting contrast, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It could be a bear standing on its hind legs, I reasoned. The blurring and poor lighting might distort its appearance. Yet a nagging doubt remained. I'd photographed bears countless times, and this didn't move like a bear. I replaced the memory cards and reset the cameras, a sense of unease growing within me. As I worked, the feeling of being observed returned, stronger than before. Several times I spun around, certain I would catch something watching from the trees, but there was never anything visible. That afternoon I returned to my blind by the stream, determined to focus on my original purpose, photographing wolves. But concentration proved difficult. Every sound from outside the blind sent my heart racing. Every shadow movement in my peripheral vision demanded attention. No wolves appeared, though I did manage to photograph a handsome red fox hunting along the stream bank. As daylight began to fade, I reluctantly packed up my gear. The thought of another night in camp, with that unseen presence circling in the darkness, filled me with dread. Back at camp, I built my fire higher than ever, creating a circle of light that pushed back the encroaching shadows. I heated my dinner mechanically, appetite diminished by the growing certainty that something was very wrong in this part of the forest. As night fell, the sounds of the forest changed. The normal nocturnal chorus seemed muted, subdued. Even the ever-present insects fell quiet, as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. It was during this unnatural silence that I heard it for the first time, a distant low howl that cut through the night. It wasn't the call of a wolf or a coyote. This sound was deeper, gravelly, as if whatever made it had a chest as large as a bear's. It echoed through the trees, chilling me to my core. I told myself it was nothing, maybe a trick of the wind or some animal call distorted by the acoustic peculiarities of the forest, but the rationalization rang hollow, even to my own ears. The howl came again, closer this time, the sound raising primal fears I couldn't suppress. I found myself adding more wood to the fire, building it dangerously high, the flames leaping toward the low-hanging branches of the nearest trees. Sleep was out of the question. I sat with my back to the fire, facing the darkness, my knife in one hand and my heavy-duty flashlight in the other. Hours passed in this state of hypervigilance, my senses strained to their limits. The howl didn't come again that night, but the silence that followed was somehow worse, pregnant with expectation, with the certainty that something had changed in the relationship between myself and the forest. I was no longer merely an observer. I had become prey. As the first hint of dawn lightened the eastern sky, I finally allowed myself to doze, still sitting upright beside the dying embers of my fire. My dreams were fragmented, filled with pursuit through endless trees, always with the sensation of hot breath on the back of my neck. I awoke fully as sunlight filtered through the canopy, stiff and exhausted but alive. The forest had resumed its normal daytime activities, birds calling, squirrels chattering, the wind moving through the upper branches. It would have been easy to dismiss the night's fears as imagination, as the product of isolation and darkness. But the memory of that howl remained too vivid, too real, and the strange image from my camera trap demanded explanation. I decided to investigate further, to seek physical evidence of whatever was stalking the forest. If it was merely a bear or some other natural predator, Signs would be obvious to someone with my experience, and if it was something else, I needed to know, even as a part of me whispered that some mysteries are better left unsolved. After a quick breakfast and several cups of strong coffee to combat my exhaustion, I packed a day bag with essentials: water, high-energy snacks, first aid kit, GPS, satellite phone, camera, and my hunting knife. Today's mission wasn't photography, it was reconnaissance. I decided to explore the area where I thought I'd heard the sounds coming from. I hiked about a mile north, deeper into the untouched forest, moving quietly as I scanned the ground for tracks. The forest grew denser here, the trees older and more massive, their canopies blocking much of the sunlight. The forest floor was carpeted with decades of fallen needles, making tracking difficult except in patches of bare earth or mud. As I ventured deeper into this primeval landscape, the modern world seemed increasingly distant, a half-remembered dream. Here was nature in its most fundamental form, beautiful, indifferent, and potentially deadly. About an hour into my search, I found the first sign. A sapling had been broken, not chewed as a deer might do, but snapped with considerable force. The break was fresh, the exposed wood still oozing sap. Whatever did this was powerful, and stood taller than a man. My first thought was a bear, but the break pattern was wrong. Bears typically pull down branches to reach foliage or mark territory by clawing trunks. This was different, a casual display of strength without apparent purpose. 20 yards beyond the broken sapling, I found what I was looking for: tracks pressed deep into a patch of muddy ground near a seasonal stream bed. That's when I found them. Huge prints pressed deep into the soft earth, too large for a wolf, too distinct for a bear. They were paw-like but elongated, as if something walked on two legs, leaving clawed impressions with each step. I knelt beside one print, placing my hand beside it for scale. My outstretched fingers barely spanned half its width. 5 distinct toe impressions were visible, each ending in a sharp claw mark that dug deep into the soil. The shape was eerily familiar, but not in a way I wanted to acknowledge. A shiver ran down my spine as I studied the tracks. There was something profoundly wrong about them, something that challenged everything I knew about North American wildlife. They resembled canid prints like those of a wolf or large dog, but the size was impossible. More disturbing was the impression that whatever made them had been walking upright on 2 legs rather than 4. I took several photographs, using my lens cap for scale, trying to maintain scientific detachment. But my hand shook slightly, betraying the fear I couldn't quite suppress. I followed the tracks for another 100 yards until they vanished into the underbrush. Whatever it was, it had left in a hurry, its strides long and deliberate. The spacing between prints suggested a creature moving with purpose, not the random wanderings of an animal foraging for food. As I photographed the last visible track, the feeling of being watched returned with overwhelming intensity. I straightened slowly, every instinct screaming danger. The forest had gone silent around me. No birdsong, no rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, just the heavy, expectant silence that precedes a predator's attack. I took a few photos, though I felt uneasy standing there, alone, with nothing but my camera and a pocket knife. The feeling of being watched was back, stronger now, and I could feel eyes on me from somewhere in the thick of the forest. I scanned the surrounding trees carefully, my gaze moving methodically from trunk to trunk, searching for any hint of movement or color that didn't belong. Nothing was visible, yet the sensation of hostile observation remained. "I know you're there," I said aloud, immediately regretting the words. Something primal in me recoiled at acknowledging the presence, as if naming it might give it power. No response came from the silent forest, but the air seemed to thicken with malevolent attention. I backed away slowly, careful to maintain awareness of my surroundings, refusing to turn my back on the direction where the tracks led. Once I had put about 50 yards between myself and the last footprint, I turned and moved quickly back toward camp, fighting the urge to break into a run. Running triggers the prey drive in predators. This much I knew from years of wildlife observation. but maintaining a calm pace required every ounce of self-control I possessed. The journey back to camp seemed longer, the forest more labyrinthine than I remembered. Twice I had to check my GPS to confirm I was still headed in the right direction. The entire time, the sensation of being followed persisted, not the obvious pursuit of a charging predator, but the patient stalking of something that knows its territory and has all the time in the world. When I finally reached the clearing where my tent stood, relief washed over me with such intensity that my knees nearly buckled. I checked my watch barely past noon. The thought of spending another night here, another night listening to those inhuman howls, was unbearable. I should pack up and leave, I thought. Whatever photographs I might capture weren't worth the risk. I could tell Julia I'd gotten sick, or that equipment had failed. Any excuse would do. But as I stood there, contemplating retreat, professional pride reasserted itself. I was Aaron Marshall, who had photographed polar bears on Arctic ice floes and tigers in the jungles of Sumatra. I didn't run from challenges. I faced them. I documented them. Besides, the rational part of my mind argued there had to be a natural explanation for what I was experiencing. Perhaps a wolf with gigantism or a bear with deformed paws. Perhaps the strange howls were just the wind through some unusual rock formation. Perhaps the tracks had been left by some hiker playing an elaborate prank. I decided to stay one more night. One more chance to photograph whatever was out there. I would be prepared this time, vigilant, ready, and if nothing appeared, I would leave at first light, content that I had given the assignment my best effort. The decision made, I spent the afternoon checking and rechecking my equipment, cleaning lenses and formatting memory cards. Busy work to keep my mind occupied, to avoid dwelling on what might come with nightfall. I also reinforced my camp, gathering fallen branches to create a rough barrier around my tent. It wouldn't stop a determined predator, but it might slow one down, might give me precious seconds of warning. I positioned my flashlight strategically, ready to illuminate any approach. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, I heated a meal but found I had little appetite. I forced myself to eat anyway, knowing I would need the energy. Then I checked my satellite phone, intending to call Julia, to hear another human voice before darkness fell. No signal. I tried several times, moving around the clearing, but the dense canopy and surrounding mountains blocked transmission. I was truly alone. As dusk deepened into night, I built up my fire and sat beside it, camera ready in my lap, eyes constantly scanning the perimeter of the clearing. The forest was eerily quiet. Even the usual chirps of crickets and rustles of small creatures were absent. It was as if everything was holding its breath, waiting. I stayed by the fire, my flashlight close, the beam flickering in the darkness. The hours crept by with excruciating slowness, each sound in the darkness causing my heart to race. By midnight, exhaustion began to blur the edges of my vigilance. My eyelids grew heavy despite the adrenaline in my system. Then, around midnight, I heard it. The same low, gravelly howl from the night before, but closer. This time it wasn't alone. There was a second howl, then a third, all coming from different directions around my camp. They were surrounding me. Heart pounding, I scanned the tree line, my flashlight casting shaky beams of light that barely penetrated the darkness. The howls continued, a nightmarish chorus that seemed to be closing in from all sides. I stood, turning in a slow circle, camera forgotten as survival instinct took over. And that's when I saw it. A pair of eyes reflecting the firelight glowed from the edge of the clearing. They were set high, too high for any animal I knew, and they held an intelligence, a cold malice that made my blood run cold. I froze, unable to look away as the creature stepped forward, its form gradually taking shape in the dim light. It stood on two legs, towering over me, covered in dark, matted fur that clung to its muscular frame. Its head was lupine, with a long snout filled with sharp teeth, lips pulled back in a snarl. But it was the eyes that held me. They were not the eyes of an animal. They were something far worse, filled with a predatory intelligence and a hunger that went beyond mere survival. I took a shaky step back, but it mirrored my movement, stalking closer, its claws flexing as if it were savoring the moment. I raised my flashlight, the beam illuminating its face. It growled, a deep reverberating sound that seemed to shake the ground beneath me. In the harsh light, I could see details that my mind struggled to process. The creature stood at least 7 feet tall, its powerful body a disturbing hybrid of man and wolf. The torso was broadly muscled, covered in coarse dark fur that thinned at the chest. Its arms were too long for a human, ending in hands that were not quite paws, with opposable thumbs and elongated fingers tipped with black claws. But it was the head that defied comprehension. Unmistakably canine, with a long muzzle and pointed ears that swiveled toward any sound. The teeth, visible in its half-open mouth, were those of an apex predator, designed for tearing flesh from bone. I wanted to run, but my legs were rooted to the spot. In that moment, instinct took over. I dropped my flashlight and ran, not daring to look back. I crashed through the forest, branches scratching at my face and arms, the sounds of snapping twigs and rustling leaves close behind me. The creature was chasing me, its heavy footsteps thudding against the ground, closing in with terrifying speed. My lungs burned, and panic clouded my thoughts. I had no plan, no destination, just the primal drive to flee. Behind me, the creature's breathing grew closer, a rhythmic huffing punctuated by low growls. It was toying with me, I realized. If it wanted to catch me, it could have done so already. The knowledge brought no comfort, only deeper terror. This wasn't the impersonal hunger of a natural predator. This was something that enjoyed the chase, that took pleasure in fear. I stumbled, nearly falling as I reached a steep incline. Without hesitation, I half ran, half slid down the slope, dirt and rocks kicking up around me, landing hard at the bottom. Pain shot through my ankle, but adrenaline pushed it aside as I scrambled to my feet. The creature was at the top of the incline, its eyes locked on me, watching. It didn't follow. Instead, it let out a howl that echoed through the trees, a sound filled with rage and frustration. In the momentary pause, I noticed a small cave opening in the hillside, partially concealed by fallen logs and undergrowth. Without thinking, I dove for the opening, squeezing through a gap barely wide enough for my body. Inside, the space opened slightly, not a true cave, but a hollow beneath a massive fallen tree in the hillside, reinforced by rocks and roots. It smelled of damp earth and decay, but it offered concealment. I pressed myself against the far wall, trying to control my breathing to silence the hammering of my heart. Above, I heard the creature moving along the ridge, its footsteps deliberate as it searched for a way down. Then came snuffling sounds. It was scenting the air, trying to locate me by smell. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as I huddled in that cramped space, every muscle tensed for flight. Occasionally, I heard movement outside, the rustle of undergrowth, the scrape of claws on stone. Once, a deep rumbling growl so close that I bit my lip to keep from crying out. But the creature didn't find my hiding place, or perhaps it couldn't fit through the narrow entrance. Eventually, the sounds receded, though I didn't dare emerge. I remained in that earthen womb until the first gray light of dawn filtered through the entrance. Only then, stiff and shaking from cold and fading adrenaline, did I cautiously peer out. The forest was quiet, peaceful in the early morning light. Birds had resumed their chorus, a reassuring sign that no predator lurked nearby. I crawled from my shelter, wincing at the pain in my ankle. It wasn't broken, but a livid bruise was spreading beneath the skin. I oriented myself using the rising sun, determining that my camp lay roughly 2 miles to the northwest. The prospect of returning there filled me with dread, but my car was a full day's hike beyond the camp. I needed my GPS, my satellite phone, my supplies. I couldn't simply flee into the wilderness with nothing but the clothes on my back. I began limping toward camp, using a sturdy branch as a makeshift walking stick. Every shadow, every rustle in the underbrush sent a jolt of fear through me. But nothing pursued me, and gradually the rational part of my mind began to reassert itself. What had I seen? What possible explanation could there be for a creature that defied biological classification? I had spent my career documenting wildlife, studying animal behavior. I knew what existed in these forests, and what I had encountered wasn't on any taxonomic chart. Yet I couldn't deny the evidence of my own eyes. The creature had been real as the pain in my ankle, as real as the scratches on my arms from branches I had crashed through in my headlong flight. When I finally reached the clearing where my camp stood, I was shocked to find it relatively undisturbed. My tent still stood, though the fire had burned down to cold ashes. It was as if my nightmarish encounter had taken place in another reality, leaving no trace in this one. I approached cautiously, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the creature's presence. There was nothing obvious, no massive footprints, no destroyed equipment. Only when I looked more closely did I notice subtle signs: claw marks on a nearby tree trunk, tufts of dark fur caught on the rough barrier I had constructed around my tent. Physical evidence, proof that I hadn't imagined the encounter. I quickly gathered essential supplies: water, food, first aid kit, GPS, satellite phone, stuffing them into my day pack. My larger camera equipment would have to be abandoned. Speed was more important than salvaging gear. As I prepared to leave, a strange compulsion took hold. I found myself reaching for my camera, checking that last night's memory card was still inside. If I could document the creature, bring back photographic evidence of its existence. "Don't be stupid," I muttered to myself. "Just get out." But the professional in me, the photographer who had built a career on capturing the unseen, couldn't simply walk away. I compromised by slinging the camera around my neck while leaving the heavier lenses and tripod behind. With one last look at the campsite that had become a site of terror, I began hiking toward the trailhead where my car waited. The journey would take most of the day, especially with my injured ankle slowing my pace. I would have to remain vigilant, ready to hide or flee if the creature appeared again. For the first few hours, the hike was uneventful. The forest seemed almost deliberately peaceful, sunlight dappling the trail, birds calling from the canopy. Had it not been for my physical injuries and the vivid memory of those intelligent, malevolent eyes, I might have convinced myself that last night's encounter was a stress-induced hallucination. Around midday, I stopped in a small clearing to rest my throbbing ankle and check my position on the GPS. According to the device, I had covered about 4 miles, with another 4 to go before reaching my car. The worst of the terrain was behind me, the trail ahead relatively level and well marked. As I was repacking my bag, a sound stopped me cold: the snap of a branch, too heavy to be caused by any small animal. I scanned the surrounding forest, my breath caught in my throat. At first, I saw nothing. Then, movement between 2 massive fir trees caught my eye. Something large was moving parallel to my position, just inside the tree line. I caught glimpses of dark fur, the flash of a limb, but never a clear view. It was following me, pacing me, staying just out of clear sight. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down. Running hadn't helped last night. It had only triggered the creature's pursuit instinct. Perhaps staying calm, moving steadily but not fleeing, was the better strategy. I shouldered my pack and continued down the trail, maintaining a deliberate pace despite every nerve screaming at me to run. For the next 2 hours, I was acutely aware of being shadowed. The creature kept its distance but made no attempt to conceal its presence entirely. Occasionally, I would hear it moving through the underbrush or catch a fleeting glimpse between trees. It was hurting me, I realized with growing dread, escorting me out of its territory. The realization brought little comfort. If the creature was intelligent enough for territorial behavior this complex, what else was it capable of? And what would happen when we reached the boundary of what it considered its domain? As the afternoon waned, the trail began to widen, signs of human activity becoming more frequent: carved initials on tree trunks, the occasional candy wrapper or discarded water bottle. Civilization was encroaching, and with it came a fragile hope that the creature might turn back. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter. the glimpses less frequent. By the time the trailhead parking lot came into view, the presence behind me had vanished entirely. I had reached the border of its territory and been allowed to pass. My car sat alone in the gravel lot, a symbol of the world I had temporarily left behind, a world of rational explanations and natural laws, where creatures like what I had encountered existed only in folklore and nightmares. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking so badly that it took 3 attempts to unlock the door. Once inside, I locked all the doors and sat for a long moment, the artificial environment of the car's interior an incongruous bubble after days in the wild. Before starting the engine, I reached for my camera, needing to see if I had captured any image of the creature during my panicked flight. The memory card contained dozens of photos, the tracks I had documented, the broken sapling, the forest scenes I had shot during my first days in Gifford Pinchot. But there was nothing of the creature itself, no proof beyond my own testimony and the physical evidence I had left behind at the abandoned campsite. As I drove away from Gifford Pinchot National Forest, the rational world began to reassert itself. Traffic lights, gas stations, roadside diners, each mundane landmark pushed the horror of what I had experienced further into the realm of the unbelievable. By the time I reached Portland, a part of me had already begun the process of rationalization, of finding explanations that fit within the accepted boundaries of reality. Perhaps I had encountered a bear with a deformity. Perhaps isolation and stress had caused me to misinterpret natural phenomena. Perhaps. But deep down, I knew what I had seen, and I knew I would never be the same. I never went back to Gifford Pinchot after that. The creature, whatever it was, had made it clear that I wasn't welcome, and while part of me wanted to forget what I'd seen, another part of me knew that I couldn't. The drive back to Portland passed in a blur of automatic actions and disordered thoughts. I checked into the first motel I found, a nondescript establishment on the outskirts of the city. The clerk gave me an odd look as I limped to the counter, disheveled and wild-eyed, but asked no questions when I paid cash for 3 nights. In the harsh fluorescent light of the motel bathroom, I examined my injuries. My ankle was swollen and discolored but would heal without medical attention. More concerning were the scratches on my arms and face, not from the creature's claws, thankfully, but from branches I had crashed through during my flight. Several showed signs of infection, angry red lines radiating from the deeper cuts. After a scalding shower that couldn't quite wash away the feeling of being watched, I cleaned and bandaged the wounds as best I could. Exhaustion pulled at me, but I feared what might wait in dreams. Instead, I turned on the television, letting mindless programming fill the room while I stared at the ceiling, replaying the encounter in my mind. What had I seen? The question circled endlessly, demanding an answer that fit within the framework of a rational world. A bear with some rare condition? A wolf-dog hybrid gone feral? A hoax perpetrated by locals to scare away outsiders? None of the explanations satisfied. None accounted for the intelligence in those eyes, the bipedal gait, the coordinated hunting behavior that suggested something far beyond animal instinct. Around dawn, I finally drifted into uneasy sleep, only to jerk awake an hour later, heart pounding from nightmares of pursuit through endless forest. The pattern repeated for 3 days, brief periods of restless sleep interrupted by vivid terrors that left me gasping. On the 4th day, I felt strong enough to contact Julia. The conversation was brief and carefully edited. Yes, I had cut the expedition short. No, I hadn't captured the wolf photographs we'd hoped for. Equipment problems, bad weather, a minor injury from a fall. The excuses tumbled out with practiced ease. Julia sounded disappointed but not suspicious. She was used to the uncertainties of wildlife photography, the assignments that yielded nothing usable despite days or weeks of effort. "We'll find another angle for the wolf conservation piece," she said before hanging up. "Get some rest, Aaron. You sound exhausted." Rest came gradually over the following weeks. I returned to my apartment in Seattle, resumed the routines of ordinary life, and tried to forget what I had experienced in Gifford Pinchot. Sometimes, for hours at a stretch, I almost succeeded. But at night, the memories returned with vivid clarity. The tracks in the mud, the howls that were not quite wolf, not quite human, the eyes that reflected intelligence beyond any animal I had ever encountered. I told no one about what I had seen. Who would believe me? Without photographic evidence, without the tracks or fur samples I had left behind in my haste to escape, my story would sound like the ravings of a man who had spent too long alone in the wilderness. Instead, I channeled my obsession into research. I began collecting accounts of strange encounters in the Pacific Northwest, focusing on the areas around Gifford-Pinchot National Forest. Local newspapers, online forums, historical society archives, I scoured them all for mentions of unusual creatures, unexplained events, hikers gone missing. The stories were scattered, often fragmentary, dismissed by authorities as hallucinations or hoaxes. But patterns emerged. Reports of unusually large wolf-like creatures, descriptions of bipedal forms moving through remote forests, accounts of howls that didn't match known wildlife, strange tracks found by hunters and forest rangers, documented but never officially explained. They called it by different names: Sasquatch, Dogman, the Beast of the Cascades, but the descriptions were eerily consistent with what I had seen. A creature that walked on two legs but was covered in fur, a head that resembled a wolf but a body that suggested something between canid and human, intelligence beyond any known animal, a beast that was neither one nor the other. Most compelling were the geographical clusters. Sightings concentrated in specific regions, often in the most remote areas of national forests. Gifford-Pinchot featured prominently, with reports dating back to the early logging days of the 1900s. I created maps, plotting each credible encounter, noting patterns in timing and location. The creature, or creatures if there were more than one, seemed territorial, with encounters increasing when human activity encroached on certain areas. There were seasonal variations too, with more sightings in late autumn and early spring, fewer in the depth of winter or height of summer. It was behaving like an intelligent species protecting its range, adapting to human pressure by becoming more nocturnal, more elusive, but occasionally asserting dominance when its territory was invaded. 2 months after my encounter, I found myself sitting across from Dr. Elena Vasquez, a wildlife biologist specializing in canid behavior. I had reached out under the pretext of consulting for a photography project on wolf conservation. But my real purpose was to probe for scientific explanations for what I had experienced. Hybrid species do exist in the wild, Dr. Vasquez explained, sipping her coffee in the university cafeteria. Wolf-dog hybrids are well documented, and there are occasional cases of wolf-coyote hybridization, but these animals maintain quadrupedal locomotion and typical canid behavior patterns. What about abnormal development? I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. Could environmental factors or genetic mutations cause significant physical and behavioral changes in wolves? Dr. Vasquez gave me a curious look. You're not really asking about conservation photography, are you, Mr. Marshall? I hesitated, then decided on a partial truth. I saw something in Gifford-Pinchot that I can't explain, something that doesn't fit any known species classification. To her credit, Dr. Vasquez didn't immediately dismiss me. Instead, she leaned forward, her expression thoughtful. The Pacific Northwest has a long history of cryptid sightings, creatures that exist in folklore but not in scientific taxonomy. Sasquatch is the most famous, but there are others. Like the Dogman, I said quietly. She nodded. Native American traditions speak of shapeshifters and spirit beings that walk between the human and animal worlds. Modern cryptozoologists have collected hundreds of accounts of wolf-like bipedal creatures throughout North America. But you don't believe they exist. What I believe isn't relevant to science, she replied carefully. What I can say is that no verified physical evidence has ever been presented. No DNA samples, no bodies, no incontrovertible photographic proof. That doesn't mean such creatures couldn't exist in remote areas, just that their existence hasn't been proven to scientific standards. And if someone brought you such evidence, Dr. Vasquez smiled slightly. Then I'd be looking at rewriting some biology textbooks, wouldn't I? The discovery of a new large mammal species in North America would be extraordinary, especially one with the characteristics you're describing. Our conversation drifted to safer topics after that, but Dr. Vasquez's parting words stayed with me. The world still holds mysteries, Mr. Marshall. Science hasn't cataloged every living thing, particularly in remote regions. But extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Evidence I didn't have. Evidence I had left behind in my panic to escape. 6 months after the encounter, I found myself drawn back to the area around Gifford Pinchot, though not deep into the forest where I had met the creature. I rented a cabin on the outskirts of a small town called Packwood, interviewing locals about strange sightings under the guise of research for a book on regional folklore. Most were reluctant to speak openly, offering vague references to things in the woods before changing the subject. But in a nearly empty bar on the edge of town, I met Roy Carlson, a retired Forest Service ranger in his 70s who had spent 4 decades working in and around Gifford Pinchot. "There are places in those woods where we didn't go alone," he told me, his voice low despite the empty bar. "Areas where equipment would malfunction, where experienced hikers would get turned around despite clear trails. Management called it superstition, but those of us on the ground knew better." "Knew what?" I pressed. Roy studied me for a long moment, weighing something in his mind. That we weren't alone out there, that something watched us, tolerated us in some areas but kept others for itself. "Did you ever see anything?" He took a long pull from his beer before answering. "Once, in '82, late October, just before the first snow. I was marking trees for a boundary survey further in than we usually went. It was getting dark, but I wanted to finish the section." Roy's eyes took on a distant look, seeing something beyond the dingy bar walls. "I heard it first, a sound like no animal I knew. Then I saw movement between the trees, something big moving on 2 legs. I got just a glimpse before it disappeared. Dark fur, a head shaped wrong, eyes that reflected my flashlight." He shook himself, returning to the present. "I reported it as a bear sighting, easier that way. But I knew what I saw wasn't any bear, and I never went back to that section alone." "What do you think it was?" I asked, though I already knew his answer. "Locals have names for it," he said. "Older folks call it the Beast of St. Helens. Younger generation says Dogman. Native tribes had their own terms, Stettel, the Nightwalker. I don't much care what you call it. It's been there longer than us, and it'll be there after we're gone. Since then, I've stayed away from the forest, but I know it's still out there, lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. And if you ever find yourself in Gifford Pinchot National Forest, take my advice. Stay away from the deeper parts of the woods, and if you hear howls that don't belong to any animal you know, run, because once you see it, you won't be the same." I've told very few people my story. Those I have told react with polite skepticism or outright disbelief. I don't blame them. Before my encounter, I too would have dismissed such tales as the product of overactive imagination or deliberate hoax. But I know what I saw. I know what tracked me through the ancient trees of Gifford Pinchot. I know what stood before me on 2 legs, with the head of a wolf and the intelligence of something far more dangerous than any natural predator. The Dogman is real, and it doesn't want to be found. Yet sometimes, late at night, when sleep eludes me and the memory of those eyes returns with unwelcome clarity, I find myself wondering, was it trying to drive me away, or was it sending a message? Was there a purpose to its actions beyond territorial defense? The research I've done since my encounter suggests these creatures, if there are indeed more than one, have coexisted with humans for centuries, remaining largely hidden despite encroaching civilization that requires intelligence, adaptation, deliberate evasion. Perhaps what I encountered wasn't a simple predator but something more complex. A species that shares our world but remains separate, watching us from the shadows of the wilderness we have never fully conquered. I don't expect anyone to believe me without proof. I have only my testimony, the lingering nightmares, and the certainty that the deep forests of the Pacific Northwest harbor secrets that defy scientific classification. But if you find yourself in those ancient woods, far from marked trails and ranger stations, and feel eyes watching from the darkness, if you hear howls that raise the hair on your neck and chill your blood, remember my warning. Some territories are not ours to claim, some creatures are not meant to be discovered, and some encounters change you in ways that can never be undone. The Dogman is waiting, and it remembers those who trespass in its domain.